slams the ball to right field. Way back. Way gone.
Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second. The throw. In time.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays opening day starter is back on the mound again as Jose Berrios steps in for Toronto in Game 2 of the series against Logan Gilbert and the Seattle Mariners. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Rogers Center, and thanks so much for tuning in today. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Show Ali is our host. Nick Blackmore is our producer. Tom Young and Derek Brandeo, our technical directors. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Kingston and Napanee. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986, so protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. It was a really exciting affair yesterday as the Blue Jays took down the Mariners 3-1. Addison Barger had 3 outfield assists in the game. A lot of action on the base paths and some clutch hitting from George Springer and Alejandro Kirk on the Blue Jays side. We'll see Springer, Kirk, and more in this ball game as the Blue Jays look to take the series. We have lineup standings and a little bit extra coming up after the break. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ Home Hardware and Building Center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are here on Sportsnet.
The wait is over.
Round 1 begins with 5 Canadian teams in the hunt for Lord Stanley.
Away we go.
The Leafs take on the Senators.
Battle of Ontario.
The Capitals versus the Canadiens.
They're on their feet in Montreal.
The Jets against the Blues.
Winnipeg, this could be the year.
The Kings versus the Oilers.
Edmonton and Los Angeles rekindled a rivalry.
Watch the Stanley Cup playoffs.
It's showtime.
Only on Sportsnet. Here for the Cup.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Busted Open hits the road with live on-site coverage of WrestleMania 41 from Las Vegas. Beginning Thursday, April 17th, join Dave LaGreca, Mark Henry, Tommy Dreamer, and Bully Ray at special events in and around the city, including Circa Hotel and Casino, WWE World, and more. Big-time guests and the best pro wrestling takes in the world from the best in the business. Busted Open live in Las Vegas, only on Fight Nation, Channel 156.
24/7.
Hey Insiders, thanks for hanging out with us this weekend. The Seattle Mariners are in town to face our Toronto Blue Jays here at the Sky Dome. Thank you for hanging out with us for the Toronto Blue Jays matchup. Go Jays, go! It's going to be a great game, and we are so thankful that you chose to hang out here on Toronto Sports Insider.
Come home.
Yeah, yesterday especially was a really, really impressive game. Obviously, Brian Wu was on the mound. He's a tough pitcher. The Blue Jays put up good at-bats against him. They played really well defensively. Addison Barger, of course, in right field. Alejandro Kirk behind home plate. But they're really just putting it all together. The bullpen, the starting rotation, and now the offense is slowly starting to get into it. You have Anthony Santander, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette has been pretty hot lately. I really like what I'm seeing, but they're coming up against a very, very tough starter in Logan Gilbert today.
We will get to the lineup and to Gilbert in a second. First, let's take a look at the Bet365 standings. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Yankees open today, leading the division at 13-7. They're winners of 5 straight. Blue Jays are 12-8 in second, a game back with Boston 11-10 in third. The Orioles are 8-11 in fourth place, and the Rays 8-12. Last place in the division. Mariners dropped to third in the AL West yesterday with a loss and an Angels win. Seattle is 10-10. Speaking of Seattle, Chris, who's in the lineup for Dan Wilson's Mariners?
Well, for those Mariners, leading off is Miles Mastroboni. He's in right field. Jorge Polanco will DH today and bats second. Hitting third is Cal Raleigh. He's catching. In left field in the cleanup spot is Randy Arozarena. Hitting fifth is Luke Raley. He's in center field. Hitting sixth is former Jay Rowdy Tellez. He's at first base. At second base, batting seventh is Dylan Moore. Batting eighth is Ben Williamson. He'll be at third base. And at shortstop, batting ninth is J.P. Crawford. On the mound is righty Logan Gilbert. For the Jays, Bo Bichette is leading off. He's at shortstop. Hitting second is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He'll play first base. Hitting third is Anthony Santander. He's in right field. At second base in the cleanup spot is Andres Jimenez. Batting fifth is George Springer. He's DHing this afternoon. Behind the plate, batting sixth is Alejandro Kirk. Batting seventh is Alan Roden. He's in left field. Hitting eighth is Ernie Clement. He's at third base. And in center field, batting ninth is Miles Straw. On the mound is Jose Berrios.
30-year-old right-hander is 6 foot tall, 205 pounds. 1-1 this season with a 5.16 ERA in 4 starts. Had that tough opener in the season against the Baltimore Orioles, and then his last start again against the Orioles was not his best. 5 innings, 7 hits, 4 earned runs, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts, although he did do a good job of keeping the Blue Jays in it as Toronto eventually mounted a comeback to win that game.
Yeah, he always has good enough stuff to keep the Blue Jays in it. It's just a matter of whether he's dominant or not. And I think that hinges on the command of the sinker. If he's commanding that sinker down and in and out and up and all those good spots that are really unhittable, he's a great, great pitcher. He'll eventually figure out the release point on that sinker. It's just a matter of time.
He's drawing on the dirt in the back of the mound. Jose Berrios and the Blue Jays wearing their all whites today. White jerseys, white pants, blue caps. Navy jerseys for the Mariners, gray pants. Bearded left-handed hitter Miles Mastroboni steps into the lefty batter's box. Getting ready to lead off this game. Berrios sets at the belt. Kicks and deals. First pitch strike, 0-1. Time of the first pitch today, 3:08 Eastern. The roof is closed on a warmer but a bit muggier day in downtown Toronto. 17 degrees at the time of first pitch. 0-1. Swing and a fly ball left field. Going back, Roden curling to the warning track. Backpedals, makes the catch on the dirt. 1 out.
Berrios got away with one there. It was just a little hanging cutter, little spinner on the outside third of the plate. Mastroboni actually put a pretty good swing on it, hitting that thing about 10 feet from the wall in left field.
Bit of a break, but nice for Jose Berrios to get the quick out there on the cutter. First out in 2 pitches. Sinker, slurve, 4-seam change, cutter for Jose Berrios. Right-hander deals to Jorge Polanco. Outside, ball 1. Home plate ump today is Malachi Moore. Crew chief Andy Fletcher at first. Brock Ballou at second and Jansen Visconti at third. The 1-0. Driven well, right center field. Santander on the run into the gap. Reaches up and makes the catch on the track again.
And that ball was actually well struck off the bat of Jorge Polanco, but it was a good sinker that just missed that barrel. Polanco was able to hit that thing off the end of the bat, and a big out for Jose Berrios.
Cheering for Santander, cheering on himself as he covered a lot of ground out there in right field. So 2 down, and the most dangerous Mariners hitter is up. Cal Raleigh, the catcher. Bases are empty, no score, top of the first inning. Berrios with a breath, and the right on left pitch. Down and in, ball 1.
Watching that replay, Anthony Santander really did run a good distance. I'd be cheering too if I were him.
Santander starting in right with George Springer DHing today. Covered 84 feet, 1-0. Hit foul on the ground, 1-1. This first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Armstrong Bird Food, the reason birds fly north. Feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Switch hitting catcher Raleigh batting .218, 17 for 78, but he's got 8 home runs, 1-1, high, 2 balls, 1 strike. Berrios kicks and offers. Outside, ball 3. Infield shifted heavily to the pull side. Ernie Clement, the third baseman, playing in between third and second base. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first is deep, almost to the lip of the turf. The 3-1. Outside, ball 4, and a walk for Raleigh.
And you could tell that Jose Berrios really wanted no part of Raleigh once he fell behind there. Cutter up and out of the zone, and then a sinker way off the plate, and then a slurve there, really nowhere near the zone. So he's going to have to lock in here and start throwing, or start getting out front with those pitches.
He'll go up against Randy Arozarena with 2 outs and a runner on first. No score, Blue Jays and Mariners. The pitch. Called a strike, 0-1. Left fielder Arozarena in his first full season with the Seattle Mariners, traded at the deadline last year from the Rays. The 0-1. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And although Cal Raleigh, it seems to most people that he's not really a stolen base threat, he does have 3 stolen bases this year.
Yeah, he can run.
He'll steal one if you forget about him over there.
Swiped 6 last season. The 1-1. Popped up foul first base side. Guerrero over near the Mariner dugout. And that one's going to land on the netting just on top of that dugout. It's 1-2.
It seems like he's found the command of that sinker, at least to Arozarena. That one right there was a good one. In on the hands. Nothing really Arozarena could do with that pitch.
It is the first right-handed hitter that Jose Berrios has faced today. He'll only have 3 right-handed hitters in this lineup: Arozarena, Dylan Moore, and Ben Williamson. 2 outs, Raleigh leading off first, and the 1-2. Arozarena swings and foul tips it into the glove. Strike 3. Around the 2-out walk is scoreless. Top of the first for Jose Berrios. 0-0 game. Bo Bichette to hit next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Which loony dogger are you? Do you approach Tuesdays with swagger and style? You could be a Rizzy Glizzy. Maybe you're an architect stacking your loony dogs up high. Do you walk into the ballpark with the confidence of an MVD? Then you're the most valuable dogger. This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneiders. No matter which loony dogger you are, you'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around the ballpark. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneiders. Every Tuesday home game. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise at Bet365. Must be 19 or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Sprinting back, Varsho curling at the track. He leaps, and he made the catch!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. No score, Blue Jays and Mariners. Bottom of the first. Logan Gilbert on the hill, and the towering right-hander looks in at Bo Bichette. Shrug of the shoulders into the wide. Gilbert kicks and deals. Swing and a fly ball, shallow center. Second baseman Dylan Moore out there to make the catch. One pitch, one out.
And how about Bo Bichette again trying to attack on the first pitch of the ball game? We've seen him do that quite often this season. But that just shows you how impressive Logan Gilbert's fastball is. Really has a ton of life through the zone and got in on Bo Bichette's hands.
Logan Gilbert, 27 years old, 6'6", 215 pounds. Long levered right-hander into the wind, and his pitch to Vlad Guerrero Jr. called a strike.
Not only is he tall, he has long levers, but this guy is very, very herky-jerky. He's really tough to pick up out of the hand.
Awkward windup, whips his glove up. Now the 0-1 is lined to right center field, a base hit. That one bouncing toward the track. It'll bounce up against the wall. Vladdy around first, headed to second, and he throws on the brakes there. It was bobbled in right, but it'll be a one-out double for Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Well, that might be Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s best swing of the season. He took that sinker away from Logan Gilbert and absolutely hammered it into the gap in right field. What a swing. It almost seemed like for a split second he thought about three.
Well, it did get fumbled around by Mastroboni for a moment, but he didn't really have much of a chance, it seemed, at a triple. So Guerrero stops at second, his fifth double of the year. Here's Anthony Santander. Rare for Logan Gilbert to find himself in trouble early this season. From the stretch now, he deals home. Santander takes it inside, ball one.
And against a guy like Logan Gilbert, you have to capitalize on your opportunities. Obviously, the Blue Jays have a guy in scoring position right now with less than 2 outs. It would be big if they could score him right now early on in this ball game.
The 1-0. Hit on the ground foul, 1-1. Logan Gilbert with a 1-1 record this year, 2.38 ERA in 22 2/3 innings pitched. Features a four-seamer, slider, splitter, and curveball. It's his fifth year in the big leagues, all with the Mariners. He steps off, looks at Vlad for a moment. Last year, his most impressive, a 3.23 ERA. He threw well over 200 innings, 208 2/3. He struck out 220 and walked only 37. His 1-1. Swing and a drive foul. Liner into the seats down the right field line. It's 1-2.
Well, his 32 strikeouts this season in 22 2/3 innings really pretty much tells the story about how good his stuff is. That strikeout rate is very, very high.
His 38% strikeout rate leads Major League Baseball. 1-2. Lined foul again. Closer to being fair this time for Santander, but he couldn't keep that splitter in the field of play.
Santander has barreled up a few of Logan Gilbert's pitches. He just can't keep it straight. Just way out in front of that split finger right there.
Splitter's a huge pitch for the righty. The 1-2 again. Hit on the ground right side and through into right field. Getting the wave around third, Guerrero. The throw from right by Mastroboni bounces wide, and it's an RBI single for Anthony Santander. 1-0 Blue Jays.
And there have been times this season where Carlos Fablis might have held Vladimir Guerrero Jr. there, but with Logan Gilbert on the mound, you have to take your opportunities when they're presented to you. And Vlad does a good job motoring around third base for the first run of the ball game. A big hit there from Santander.
Guerrero slid, popped up, and pointed at Anthony Santander, who comes up with his 8th RBI of the season. Blue Jays with an early advantage for a second straight day. Logan Gilbert now deals to Andres Jimenez. Called strike. One out in the bottom of the first. Some Let's Go Blue Jays chants here at Rogers Center. Another day with a big crowd. It was a sellout of over 40,000 yesterday. The 0-1. Called strike, 0-2.
That's such a good fastball. That one right there was a four-seam fastball, pretty straight. But like Ben mentioned earlier, he's so long and he gets such good extension that it almost seems like it's probably 100, 101 miles an hour.
0-2. Bounce to the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It was interesting talking a little bit to Sportsnet's Caleb Joseph today before the game, who was in the Mariners organization with Logan Gilbert coming up. And the way that he visualized it to me was he literally flicked his fingers right in front of my face. He said that's where it feels like Logan Gilbert is throwing from when you're at the plate. 1-2. Check swing, pitch in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And it's when you're that big, when you're 6'6", 215 pounds, so he's long and lanky, it is really hard to kind of have clean mechanics and have as good a command of his pitches that he does. So Logan Gilbert is really rare.
Next pitch to Jimenez is lined to left field, and that's a fair ball bouncing into the corner. Santander gets a stop sign at third. Jimenez into second. He did not get all of that, but he will take it. It's a bloop double, and it's second and third with 1 out.
Yeah, there's still 1 out in this inning. And again, those 2 guys at second and third right now represent massive runs in this ball game, especially against a guy like Logan Gilbert, who really doesn't give up that many earned runs.
Gilbert gave up 1 in 5 innings against the AL West leading Texas Rangers in his last start. He's already given up 1 today and 4 batters faced, including allowing 3 hits and 2 doubles. Infield is in, even with the base paths. George Springer up. Gilbert's pitch. Foul tip, strike 1.
And I would imagine that Santander is not going on contact. Usually the on-contact guys are guys that have a little bit of speed. Santander is not quite there, for me at least.
Blue Jays would love to get something in the air. They did that well yesterday. 0-1. Swing and a high drive, left field. That's going to hook foul out of play.
Springer was all over that split finger. It was a hanger from Logan Gilbert.
Yesterday, the Blue Jays in the first inning and the second inning came up with sac flies, Santander and Rodin respectively. That helped them build an early lead, and they'd win the game 3-1. Second and third, 1 out, and the 0-2 pitch to George Springer. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase the curveball away, 2 down.
That's a really good pitch, especially because it looks like a fastball and then just darts left. That's a big strikeout for Logan Gilbert.
Backs up the infield and makes it so the Blue Jays need Alejandro Kirk to reach here to bring in another run before Kirk hits Cal Raleigh out to the mound.
Logan Gilbert went to Stetson. I believe Jacob deGrom went to Stetson.
You would be correct. So Gilbert, 14th overall pick in 2018 out of Stetson, the highest drafted Hatter of all time.
Anybody else?
Jacob deGrom and Corey Kluber.
Oh,
both
wow.
Stetson Hatters. It's a very good kind of thin list.
Who's the pitching coach over there?
I don't know. Probably not the same guy. Probably got hired somewhere else. But a couple Cy Young Award winners in deGrom and Kluber. And maybe a third one coming soon if Logan Gilbert keeps the track of his career going. 5th year in the big leagues. Second and third now with 2 outs. He pitches to Kirk, who takes strike 1. Gilbert debuted back in 2021 and struggled. He's been dominant in each of the last 3 seasons. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Kirk out in front of that off-speed pitch. That was a splitter, 0-2.
Yeah, that wasn't his best split finger of the day. Kind of acted like a changeup. Like you said, Kirk was way out in front of it.
Santander leading off third. He has the RBI single this inning. Jimenez off second. The 0-2. Outside and low. It was interesting, though. This was mentioned to you and I by Rick Riz, longtime announcer for Seattle Mariners. His splitter doesn't always move the same. He gets a couple different actions off of it. Tall righty set. And his pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the splitter. And Logan Gilbert punches out a pair to limit the damage. The Blue Jays, though, get on the board. They score 1 on 3 hits. Guerrero with a double to start it. Santander knocked him in. Andres Jimenez with a double as well. 1-0 Blue Jays after an inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Celebrate the spirit of Easter on SiriusXM. Hear masses throughout the week on the Catholic Channel, including Easter Mass from Rome, New York, Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C. Embrace the promise of hope on Good Friday and Easter Sunday on Joel Osteen Radio.
You are full of resurrection power.
And celebrate the life of Jesus on the Billy Graham Channel. Plus, hear exclusive interviews, performances, and music for the occasion on the SiriusXM app. Just search Easter.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Out of here! Go Hey Ohtani Connect!
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy basketball to getting you ready for the NFL Draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
We begin our quest for another championship right now. Winning is everything. It's all there is.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on SiriusXM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on SiriusXM or streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports. In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Welcome back to Rogers Center for the second inning, presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Blue Jays up 1-0 on the Seattle Mariners thanks to an RBI single from Anthony Santander. Jose Berrios on the hill. The Puerto Rican right-hander deals home to Luke Raley. Fastball for a strike, 0-1. Raley starting in center field today. If you didn't notice, with Miles Mastroboni leading off for the Mariners in this game, Julio Rodriguez is off as Raley foul tips a pitch into the glove and makes it 0-2. Left-handed hitting Raley, batting 176 on the year. 0-2 pitch. High and outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's the first off day of the season for Julio Rodriguez, so it might just be a day for a guy that rarely gets one, but he is struggling out of the gates. 1-2 to Raley. Inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Pretty good fastball from Berrios. They tried to front hip that thing and have it come over and just nick the black. Didn't get it quite in enough.
Berrios with 1 strikeout in the first inning unleashes a 2-2 and misses down and in, ball 3. Raley, then Rowdy Tellez and Dylan Moore this inning for the Mariners. 3-2 pitch. High and outside, ball 4. Changeup got away from him there. That's the second walk already for Berrios in this start.
Yeah, Berrios was asking Malachi Moore, was that pitch outside? It was outside by quite a good bit. I mean, we've seen Jose Berrios do that quite often where he gets ahead 0-2, and then he kind of just loses the command of whatever pitch he's throwing, and he does it right there.
He'll offer now to Rowdy Tellez, who hits a ball high and deep down the left field line. Foul, 0-1. Former Blue Jay Rowdy Tellez homered here at Rogers Center yesterday on the first pitch he saw from Bowden Francis. Tellez, a former Blue Jay, Brewer, and Pirate, now with the Mariners. 0-1. High. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Rowdy's hitting just 135 this season with a couple of homers and 5 RBIs, but boy, did he hit that home run last night hard.
Huge power. He smoked that ball straight on a line out to right field. The 1-1. Another deep foul ball down the left field line, 1-2.
And that's really the key to success against Rowdy Tellez. If you make your pitch, he's probably going to get out. But that home run that he hit last night was just a four-seam fastball right down the middle, and he tends to hit those pitches pretty hard.
A guy who hit 35 homers in a season with the Milwaukee Brewers. That was in 2022. The 1-2. Hit on the ground softly to third. Picked up Clement. Throws to second one. Bichette won't make a throw over to first. The throw pulled him a little bit away from first base. Plus, it was a nice legal slide from Raley obstructing him. So it's a fielder's choice for Tellez, who's safe at first with 1 out.
Well, it was a little cue shot off the end of the bat by Tellez. And Ernie Clement had to make sure that he comes up with that ball cleanly. So it was a little bit slower of a turn, but they get that lead runner at second base.
And it's an awkward turn, a turn that 10 years ago you would never see. Third baseman throws to shortstop at second, but because of the shift, that's how it worked out. First pitch down to Dylan Moore, in there, strike 1.
Well, the second baseman probably, or the shortstop probably gets taken out as well.
That's true. 1 out and a runner on first. 1-0 Blue Jays, top of the second. Berrios from the stretch, the pitch. Swing and a miss.
Really good changeup right there. Started at the bottom of the strike zone and then just dove underneath it.
Got to be careful with Dylan Moore at the plate. Really nice start to the season. .326 hitter. Checks his swing on a pitch in the dirt. Appeal down to first. No swing, says Andy Fletcher.
Now he's thrown 2 changeups in a row below the strike zone. You want to stay away from throwing another changeup that's in the strike zone. He knows the spin. He knows the speed. I would go something hard up above the strike zone.
The 1-2. Swing and a pop-up. Third base side foul. Clement was going back. Now he'll move in toward the Blue Jay dugout and make the catch. 2 outs.
Or you can throw a slurve. That's a good pitch, too. Just stay away from that exact same pitch. 2 really good changeups, and that's why I said that. You don't want to throw that changeup again right down the middle. A lot of pitchers kind of fall into that, and they make that mistake. A good job right there from Jose Berrios.
Berrios kicks his heel into the mound and now steps onto the rubber. Looks over at Tellez at first. With 2 outs, he'll deal to Ben Williamson. Called strike. 1-0 advantage for the Blue Jays. 2 base runners so far for the Mariners, both walks. Tellez leading off, held on by his former teammate Vlad Guerrero Jr. The 0-1 inside 1-1. Those two spent a ton of time over near that first base bag at this diamond when they were teammates early on in both their careers. Often one would be at first, one would DH. Of course, Vladdy at third base also in his rookie season. The 1-1. Low 2-1. And really, Vlad's move from third to first ended up somewhat being the demise of Rowdy Tellez as a Blue Jay because they couldn't have him over there as often, didn't want to DH him full time, and needed relief pitching help, so they traded him for Trevor Richards. And hey, why don't you throw Bowden Francis into the deal while you're at it? 2-1 pitch is a bouncing ball right side, picked up on the run by Jimenez. He stops and throws to first to retire Williamson and end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left for the Mariners. 1-0 Blue Jays, middle of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The two men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong position in dealing with the U.S. Only Pierre will bring change. Please join with me in voting Conservative.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today, and your car can be gone tomorrow.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Bases loaded. The 0-2 swung on and missed. Strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Alan Roden leading it off for the Blue Jays. Bottom of the second inning, 1-0. Toronto leads Seattle. Thanks so much for tuning in today alongside Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. Logan Gilbert deals home, and Roden takes a strike, 0-1. Alan Roden, the number 7 hitter in the order, left-handed hitting left fielder, faces an 0-1. Checks his swing on a pitch down and in. Appeal down to third. No swing, says Jansen Visconti. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, we talked about how herky-jerky Logan Gilbert is, and that makes it difficult, but he also turns his body and almost shows you his 36 on the back of his jersey. Kind of another layer.
1-1, swing and a miss. 1-2. Yeah, it's just an odd windup. He starts his glove lower than his belt. He whips it up over his right shoulder. Very violent move, then kicks his leg up. It's robotic in some ways. Here's 1-2. Called strike 3. Dropped the splitter in top of the zone, and there's 1 down. Future announcer presented by Rogers. 9-year-old Henry traveling here all the way from Vancouver. 1 out. Ernie Clement up to the plate. The line from Gilbert and the pitch. Clement fouls it off the catcher, Raleigh, 0-1.
I wonder if he's a Seattle Mariners fan or a Blue Jays fan.
Because he's from Vancouver?
Yeah, because he's from Vancouver. I know people that like the Seattle Mariners out there.
I'm pretty sure he's a Blue Jays fan. He's our Junior Jays future broadcaster of the game.
You never know.
We'll check the video board.
I'm going to ask him when he walks by.
You're going to cut him off? Okay. Let me know how that goes. The 0-1. Hit on the ground, foul, just past Carlos Fablis, third base coach, 0-2.
And just to go back to Logan Gilbert's mechanics, it's not the way you would probably teach somebody to throw, but if a guy like that is getting to a good release point and he has command of his pitches, you don't really mess with it.
His 0-2. In the dirt, down and away, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
But I would say more often than not, a guy that's herky-jerky like that, that's turning and showing his numbers, he probably would have a tough time throwing strikes. Obviously, Logan Gilbert doesn't.
A career 5-1 strikeout to walk ratio in over 700 innings. The 1-2. Fouled off on the ground, third base side, and skipping into the camera well. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He has made some mistakes today, though. He's floated some split fingers in there. Obviously, he's thrown some good split fingers that have been violent, but he's also floated a lot in there. The Blue Jays are putting some good swings. They just seem to be fouling balls off.
He will miss spots, but more in the zone than out of the zone. Like you're mentioning what he's done today. The 1-2. And foul again. Pretty nice battle here from Ernie Clement. He's fouled off the last 3 pitches from Logan Gilbert that were in the zone.
And that 4-seamer, which was well located at the bottom of the strike zone, was 99 miles an hour.
Let's do another one, too. Clement lines it left field and down for a base hit. One hops into the glove of Arozarena. Ernie Clement with a one-out single.
Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? Don't get me started. 2 shots of Patron, now I'm all in the party.
Now batting, number 3, Miles Strong.
One more welcome to our future announcer today, presented by Rogers, 9-year-old Henry from Vancouver. One out, the pitch to Miles Straw is high, ball 1.
So I have to apologize to Henry because I'm pretty sure he's wearing a Blue Jays hat.
I was waiting for you to see him on the video board. That'd be quite the sleeper agent for the Mariners if they were sneaking a Mariners fan into the booth. 1-0 pitch called a strike, 1-1. Miles Straw, the center fielder today for the Blue Jays, batting with Toronto up 1-0, bottom of the second. Runner on first and 1 out. Straw 11 for 31 on the year, .355 hitter with 1 home run. Gilbert's pitch. Hit high right field. Backing up Mastroboni. Just in front of the track, he stops to make the catch. 2 outs. Logan Gilbert's starting to settle in now. He's gone once through the order, retired 4 of the last 5. And he'll get Bo Bichette now at the top of the order with Ernie Clement on first and 2 outs.
Miles Straw actually put a pretty good swing on that fastball. Drove it the other way. Maybe just missed the barrel just a little bit, but still a pretty good swing.
Gilbert kicks and deals. Bichette hits it foul off his ankle, 0-1. We talked a little bit already about the dominance of Logan Gilbert, especially last season. He was named the most valuable pitcher by the local writers in the Seattle area for the Mariners. He led the major leagues in WHIP last year and innings pitched. His 0-1, swing and a miss, 0-2. And for Gilbert, who threw 208 and 2/3 innings and struck out 220, he was the first Mariner to throw 200 innings and strike out 200 batters since Felix Hernandez in 2014. 0-2. Hit softly on the ground towards first base. Picked up there by Tellez. Flip back to Gilbert covering. And that will do it for the inning. No runs on a hit for the Blue Jays. 1 left. 1-0 Toronto after 2 innings. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are here on Sportsnet. The wait is over. Round 1 begins with 5 Canadian teams in the hunt for Lord Stanley.
Away we go.
The Leafs take on the Senators.
Battle of Ontario.
The Capitals versus the Canadiens.
They're on their feet in Montreal.
The Jets against the Blues.
Winnipeg, this could be the year.
The Kings versus the Oilers.
Edmonton and Los Angeles rekindled a rivalry.
Watch the Stanley Cup playoffs.
It's showtime.
Only on Sportsnet. Here for the Cup.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
Hi, this is Jeff Hoffman, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the third at Rogers Center, the Blue Jays leading 1-0 over the Seattle Mariners. Thanks for tuning in today alongside Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. Jose Berrios back on the hill, deals to J.P. Crawford, who takes a pitch down and away, ball 1. This third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Kingston and Napanee. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986. So protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Ball hit on the ground to second by Crawford on the 1-0. Picked up by him as he throws on to first. 1 out.
Well, the velo on that sinker from Jose Berrios isn't quite where it normally is. That one was 91 miles an hour, but he's locating it really well. Carl Crawford. J.P. Crawford just hits a little weak ground ball to second base there.
J.P. Crawford, distant cousin of Carl Crawford, so not a terrible call.
I saw that in my notes. That's why I had Carl Crawford in my head.
1 out, and the pitch to Miles Mastroboni. Outside, ball 1. It's Mastroboni up at the top of the order because Julio Rodriguez is on the bench. For Mastroboni, it's only the 3rd time in his career that he's had a leadoff start. Both of the previous 2 came in 2023. He swings and breaks his bat on a grounder to the backhand side of first baseman Guerrero. And he underhand flips Gold Glover to Gold Glover back to Berrios for the out.
Really nice play. A little backhand, a little underhand. Jose Berrios doing a good job running over there really quickly to first base. Obviously, he's an athlete out there.
2 down and the base is empty. 1-0 Blue Jays, top of the 3rd. Mariners will need a lot of production out of the middle of their order today to score runs, especially with no Rodriguez. Here's Jorge Polanco. Berrios steals home. Polanco swings and misses, strike 1.
There's the good velo, 94 on that 4-seam fastball.
It was a deep flyout on a sinker by Jorge Polanco in the first inning. Hit one to the track in right center. 0-1 inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And before Jose Berrios threw that pitch, Alejandro Kirk was pointing to his helmet. I don't know what that means. Either use your head or maybe even using the helmet as the target, trying to elevate that cutter.
1-1. Check swing, pitch down and in. No appeal on the swing, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Second year with Seattle for the veteran Jorge Polanco, longtime Minnesota Twin. The 2-1. Chopped to first base. Another play for Guerrero. He picks it up and waves off Berrios as he jogs to the bag to end the inning. 3 ground balls in a row for Jose Berrios in his first 1-2-3 inning of the day. 1-0 Blue Jays, middle of the 3rd. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Los Angeles Lakers Governor Jeannie Buss sat down for a 3-hour discussion with Rob Perez and Antonio Daniels on SiriusXM NBA Radio.
I've never articulated this before. This is something you have to see in person. Luka does these things that you're like, where did that come from? Where did he come up with that? Teaming him with LeBron, and it's so exciting to watch.
Hear the full interview with Jeannie Buss whenever you want with the SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
In a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
VSiN, the sports betting network, is back on SiriusXM. Go to channel 158 for informed wagering and fantasy advice from familiar voices like Gil Alexander, Paulie Howard, and Mitch Moss. Plus, SiriusXM mainstays Adam Shine, Rich Gannon, and the guru, John Hansen. We're getting you ready for the upcoming games with a finger on the pulse of the latest news and the moving lines and odds. VSiN, the sports betting network, is now on SiriusXM 158 and on the SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM
Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Home plate is home plans. Score the run with Timbermart.ca. Find a major league selection of winning plays for house, garage, and backyard sheds. Visit Timbermart.ca and win the game with Canada's building center. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue on hand at Rogers Center. Blue Jays leading the Mariners 1-0, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading off the bottom of the third. Logan Gilbert, the Mariners starter, into the windup and his pitch. In the dirt, ball one. Along with me and Chris, Show Ali is our host today. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Tom Young and Derek Brandeo, our technical directors. And Show and Daniele Franceschi will have Blue Jays talk after the game. 1-0 pitch. Just a hair low, 2 balls, no strikes. Pretty good take there from Vlad.
Well, in Vlad's first at-bat, he hit a 4-seam fastball in the outside corner into the gap in right field, and Logan Gilbert's thrown him 2 off-speed pitches to start this at-bat.
The 2-0. Bounced it as he went non-fastball again, skipped the slider. 3 balls and no strikes.
If you don't trust you're at 98 with sink, I don't know what you trust. Just throw that thing to the bottom of the strike zone.
It's getting the signal from the catcher, Cal Raleigh, who's playing with the pitch comm on his right thigh. 3-0. Fastball in there at 97, strike 1.
That's probably the one that Vlad wanted. There's a little 4-seam fastball in the inner third. If you have the green light there, you're barreling that thing up for sure.
A nod from Gilbert. Guerrero waggles the bat above his right shoulder. Here's the 3-1. Called strike, buckled him there with another off-speed pitch, the curveball. It's a full count.
That's a really good pitch. Vlad taking a little bit of a breather after that one, especially when you're expecting an upper 90s fastball and then Gilbert's able to flip that breaking ball in there.
Curve, slider, 4-seamer curve for Gilbert in this battle with Guerrero. Santander waiting on deck. Here's the payoff pitch. Inside, ball 4. Vlad never swung, and he's on to lead off the inning for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the third.
How about that at bat? That was a heck of an AB. Like you said, didn't swing the bat once. A couple of really good takes on some breaking balls. And he ends up at first base with nobody out in this inning.
Guerrero scored the lone run for the Blue Jays today. They're up 1-0, bottom of the third, and Vlad was driven in by the batter up now, Anthony Santander, the pitch. Swing and a liner out to left, hit right at Arozarena. He'll make a face-high catch, 1 out.
Yeah, he squared that thing up the other way. A good swing, another good swing from Anthony Santander. You could tell he's starting to see the ball a little better, putting some better swings on the baseball. It's a good sign for the Blue Jays.
Santander retired, though, and here's Andres Jimenez, who doubled back in the first inning for his 4th double, 7th extra base hit of the year. Guerrero leading off first base, chatting with the former teammate Rowdy Tellez. And the pitch from Gilbert. Down and in, ball 1. By no means did Andres Jimenez square up that double that he hit to left field in the first inning, but he needed it. He was due 0 for 15 on the homestand before that one dropped in. The 1-0. Down and in, 2 balls, no strikes.
Yeah, coming into the ball game, he was hitting 192 above the Mendoza line now at 203. But like you said, that was a huge base hit for him.
Really hot start to the year, has been up and down since those first couple series here at Rogers Center. 2-0. Inside, ball 3, and the command evading Logan Gilbert right now. Throwback bounces off his glove, but doesn't go anywhere. Vlad will stay at first.
Well, I don't really understand the sequence. 3 off-speed pitches to Andres Jimenez. Like I said, if you have a good sinker at 97, 98 miles an hour, you have to trust it. Just throw that thing to the bottom of the strike zone. Let Andres Jimenez hit a ground ball somewhere. I don't understand why he's thrown 3 off-speed pitches in a row.
3-0. Fastball in there, strike 1. Well, it's not as simple as this, but in simple terms, like you said, Jimenez hitting below 200 coming into this game. George Springer hitting nearly 400. Don't you want to attack Jimenez? Not put on an extra guy for George Springer?
Absolutely.
3-1 pitch. Guerrero takes off, and it's hit back foul. 3-2.
And I think Vladimir Guerrero Jr. took off even before Logan Gilbert started his motion towards home plate. He had that bag stolen for sure.
Vladdy with one stolen bases here. Pardon me, no stolen bases. He was caught once. And that's the second time in the last couple of days that he's had a bag stolen, but a foul ball has negated it. Now the 3-2. Hit foul. Vladdy wasn't going. That one drilled by Jimenez into his own ankle. Still 3 balls, 2 strikes.
It's a risky play for Vlad to try to steal right now. Obviously, Logan Gilbert has really high strikeout rates, so you risk a strike him out, throw him out situation.
Another 3-2. Swing and a bouncing ball through the right side, base hit. Guerrero jogs up to second. Jimenez stops at first. 0 for 15 on the homestand before today. 2 for 2 off one of the best in baseball today. And it's first and second with 1 out.
And how about that? That swing was actually a better looking swing than his double in the first inning. The double, he was a little bit late. I think he got a little bit lucky with that result. That one right there, he was right on it and hammered that thing through the hole on the right side.
Mound meeting right now. Cal Raleigh and J.P. Crawford in on it. With that, let's take a look at the Bet365 standings. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds. Find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Blue Jays looking to chase the New York Yankees 13-7, a game ahead of the 12-8 Blue Jays. The Red Sox 11-10, Baltimore 8-11, and the Tampa Bay Rays 8-12. On the AL West side, the Mariners are in third in the division at 10-10, 2 games back of the division-leading Rangers, who are 12-8. The pitch to George Springer. Called a strike, 0-1.
George didn't like that call. I tend to agree with him. Just a little bit off the plate. That's a big strike.
1-0 Blue Jays. First and second. 1 out, bottom of the third. Gilbert peeks back at second, kicks and delivers. Springer takes a fastball downstairs, ball 1. I think that one might have been a strike, so it's potentially evened out at 1-1.
I think the way Cal Raleigh caught it made it look like a ball.
For sure. The 1-1. Popped up, back of second. Dylan Moore going out into shallow right field on the turf makes the catch. Infield fly because Moore, an infielder, was camped under it. 2 down.
Yeah, big out for Logan Gilbert. Tough slider off the plate. George Springer kind of just hits a weak pop-up to Dylan Moore out there at second base. But big 2-out hit here would be good for the Blue Jays.
Toronto stranded a couple in the first inning. Left one on first base in the second. They have first and second here in the third, up 1-0. Alejandro Kirk is the hitter. 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. Gilbert sets, takes a breath, rocks and deals. Ball hit foul off of Cal Raleigh. It's 0-1.
Kirk was right on that 4-seamer from Gilbert. Put a good swing on it, just missed it.
It's left nearly right down the middle by Logan Gilbert. But Alejandro Kirk fouled it off the mask of his fellow catcher, Malachi Moore. The home plate umpire walked the ball out to Gilbert to give Cal Raleigh an extra second. Guerrero on second base. Jimenez on first, 2 outs. Gilbert's 0-1. Check swing, pitch inside, appeal down to first. No swing, says Andy Fletcher, 1-1.
I need to see the slow motion side view of that one. That looked like he swung from up here.
Yeah, we got a much worse angle than they do, but it looked close at least. The 1-1. Outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Kirk batting .246 on the season, 2 doubles, a homer, 5 RBIs. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Out in front there on the slider. It looked like he was sitting fastball, 2-2.
And that's another reason why Logan Gilbert is just so good. You expect a fastball. You're in a fastball count. He's so good at pitching backwards. Just flipping in breaking balls, that split finger whenever he wants to.
Gilbert sets, glove at his chest, 2 on, 2 out. The 2-2. Check swing on a pitch that I believe hit Alejandro Kirk. Is Malachi Moore calling it a foul ball? No, he is calling it a foul ball. Why he appealed down to first base then, I don't totally understand. But I guess he appealed just in case they overturned, because the Blue Jays are going to challenge right now and say that was a hit by pitch.
I hate to say this again, but it looked like Alejandro Kirk swung the pitch.
It did. That was a confusing sequence, though. So Malachi Moore called foul, and as we look on the replay, certainly that ball hit him.
Right, that definitely hit his forearm, that red sleeve that he wears on the back right arm. It's very clear. It wasn't a swing, but it was close.
The call field was the batter was not hit by the pitch. Challenging.
Little mic issues there for the umpires, but to translate, the call on the field was that it wasn't a hit by pitch. The Blue Jays were saying it was. My confusion was just Malachi Moore calling foul and then pointing down for an appeal. If it's a foul ball, you don't have to appeal anything. But
so it's very clear he was hit by that pitch.
Hit by a pitch, and if there's any question on whether he swung, Andy Fletcher did say no swing. So Vlad has already made his way from second to third. Kirk is going down to first. I mean, this is. We usually say, well, the call on the field, but this is as cut and dry as it really gets, Chris.
Yeah. After review, the batter was hit by the pitch. The call is overturned. Runner goes to first base. Toronto retains their challenge.
So I have to say, as a pitcher, and this is just me thinking as a pitcher, it's really frustrating that is a hit by pitch, because Alejandro Kirk started his swing, brought those arms in like he was about to swing, and that's really the reason why he was hit by that pitch. I don't love that rule, but that is the rule, and Alejandro Kirk ends up at first base.
And the Blue Jays now have the bases loaded. Guerrero up to third, Jimenez at second, like you said, Kirk at first, and Allen Rodin to the plate. Rookie drove in a run with a sac fly yesterday. 1-0 Blue Jays, bottom 3, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Nearly down to a knee. He unloaded on that slider, but missed it 0-1.
What was he looking for with that swing right there? He was sitting dead red, swinging almost no matter what.
A typically patient hitter with a compact swing. He went after the breaking ball. Now the 0-1. Bounce and a good block by Raleigh. The Platinum Glover took it off his stomach. It rolled to his right, but it saves a run for now. 1-1. Cal Raleigh, one of the more athletic catchers in the game, deflected that into his chest protector using the heel of his glove. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Another big cut on his slider, 1-2.
That's a tough pitch. When you're facing a guy that throws upper 90s with some sink and he flips in that little cutter on the inside part, I mean, it's almost unhittable.
It's making Rodin think it's fastballs down the middle, and then it drops down and in. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Went right back to that pitch. Raleigh picks up the drop third strike, steps on the plate to end the inning. No runs for the Blue Jays on a hit. They leave 3 aboard, and it's 1-0 Toronto. Go into the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NFL Draft is coming, and the place for the latest information is SiriusXM NFL Radio.
This guy's decision-making is impressive.
Our experts will tell you what your team needs.
They've got to get better around Geno Smith.
And which players will make an impact.
Cleveland, they might already say the number one's going to be Ward, so we got to be prepared. Who do we like it to the most?
SiriusXM NFL Radio gets you ready for the NFL Draft on Channel 88 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Baseball is back. It's former General Manager Jim Duquette, and every Sunday on the front office, we have you covered on everything happening across Major League Baseball.
That's right, Duke. It's former Big League GM Jim Bowden. Injuries, extensions, promotions, demotions, and trades. We'll have you covered on all the news.
We'll bring you the front office perspective as the season heats up.
Front office with Jim Duquette and Jim Bowden, Sundays at 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
to jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up.
Blue Jays baseball on Sirius XM.
George Springer, airborne, snatches it out of the sky.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to downtown Toronto. Blue Jays 1, Mariners nothing. Top of the fourth inning at Rogers Center. Fourth inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Might be another sellout crowd today at Rogers Center. It is packed as Jose Berrios kicks and deals to Cal Raleigh. Swinging a hard ground to right side. Diving block Jimenez. It's underneath him. Picks it up. Throws to first. Not in time. Infield single for Raleigh. The first hit of the day for the Mariners.
Well, that was a heck of an attempt from Andres Jimenez. He made a great play knocking that baseball down, and he kind of lost it for a split second. Was able to pick it up and almost get Cal Raleigh at first base.
It just rolled underneath him as he dove. If not for that, he probably gets Raleigh. Raleigh also a better runner than your average catcher, so he's safe on first. Berrios now looking in at Randy Arozarena with a runner on the pitch. Called strike, 0-1.
Good fastball. Arozarena didn't like that call, shaking his head, but that's a very good pitch.
Arozarena struck out swinging in the first. Right on right, here's the 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Randy Arozarena was welcomed into all of our homes really in the 2020 postseason when he absolutely exploded as a rookie for the Rays. The 1-1. Called a strike 1-2. Hit 10 homers in 20 postseason games that year. 4 in the ALCS specifically to win ALCS MVP and lead the Rays to an improbable World Series appearance where they came so close to defeating the Los Angeles Dodgers and winning the World Series. 1-2. Just outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Is it weird that I still picture him when I close my eyes as a Ray?
I don't think it's that weird.
I can't picture him in any other uniform.
Not even the one you're literally seeing him in.
I'm staring
right
at him
now.
in a Seattle Mariners uniform right now.
2-2. Hit foul off to the left. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, he's played over 600 games in the major leagues, and nearly 600 of them. He's played 662 total. About 600 have come in a Rays uniform. 70 or so in a Mariners uniform. Do you know the other team he played for in the big leagues?
The Padres.
No, but close, kind of. 2-2. Popped up, middle of the infield. That's going to be Bo Bichette's ball. The shortstop makes an underhanded catch, 1 out.
Did you say close, kind of?
Kind of. Because it's a National League team, and it relates to what you're about to talk to me about. It was the St. Louis Cardinals.
The Out-of-Town Scoreboard is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, 100% Canadian-owned and operated since 1992. Every Tuesday night, wings are just half price. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. You are welcome.
It was right there for you, St. Louis, Chris. 1 out, runner on first. 1-0 Blue Jays, top of the fourth. And Luke Raley up to the plate for Seattle. AL East games just starting. The Yankees and the Rays playing Game 2 at George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa Bay. Pitch to Luke Raley. Outside, ball 1. Shane Baz on the mound for the Tampa Bay Rays, and Cookie Carrasco going for the New York Yankees. Yankees beat the Rays 1-0 yesterday. 1-0 to Raley. Outside, ball 2.
Carrasco's still doing it, huh? We talked about all those old guys still doing it, and he's one of them.
Yeah, it looked like he might be out of the big leagues even last year, but he made some appearances with Cleveland when they needed injury help, and then the Yankees needed some this year. He's found a way into the rotation. 2-0. High ball 3. 3 straight misses to Raley with a runner on first, 1 out. Other AL East game to look at on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Cincinnati and Baltimore facing off at Camden Yards. The Reds dominated the Orioles yesterday in an 8-3 win. 3-0 to Raley. called a strike, 3-1. And then the last one, the Red Sox and the White Sox, their second series in a matter of about a week and a half. And it's another start for Garrett Crochet against his former team. Crochet nearly no-hit the White Sox when he faced them about 10 days ago. 3-1 pitch. Raley takes outside, ball 4, and for Berrios, a third walk in 4 innings.
Yeah, and that was a 3-1 changeup again. If you have a very good sinker, you're behind in the count. I don't love that pitch. Just throw the sinker down in the strike zone, go corner to corner, and you'll probably get some weak contact somewhere. I just don't love that pitch. Now you put the tying run at second base.
1-0 Blue Jays. First and second, 1 out, top of the 4th. All of our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Here's the former Blue Jay, Rowdy Tellez. Berrios stares back at second and now deals home. Tellez takes a strike, a backdoor slurve, 0-1. Tellez traded away by the 2021 Blue Jays. Berrios acquired by that team midseason. 0-1. Hit foul, 0-2. So these two kind of just missed being teammates for the Blue Jays, but they faced off plenty as opponents, including a game in 2022, Tellez's big breakout season, where he homered twice off of Berrios. Oh-2 pitch. Swing and a foul back, lands just under our feet. A screaming liner that got into the second deck. Everyone appears to be all right. It's still no balls, 2 strikes.
Well, that's kind of where Jose Berrios has gotten into a little bit of trouble this season. He's trying to get that fastball in, that sinker in, and it kind of leaks over the middle of the plate. Rowdy Tellez just missed it.
Another 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him on the change. 2 down.
Really nice pitch there. Bottom of the strike zone, then it just darted down, and Rowdy was way out in front of it.
Second strikeout of the day for Jose Berrios, his first since the first inning. And with 2 on and 2 out in the top of the 4th, Pete Walker and Alejandro Kirk are going to walk out and talk to Berrios.
Probably just go over the scouting report quickly. Obviously, Dylan Moore is having a very good start to the season so far, so they're going to go over the scouting report. What pitch do you want to throw in this situation? How do you want to start this guy off? And then you go to work.
Typically a defense-first super utility player, Dylan Moore entered today batting in the 320s with 4 home runs and 6 RBIs, despite not playing every single day, or at least not starting every day, for Seattle. He particularly has hammered left-handed pitching this year, batting in the 420s against it. Against right-handed pitching, he's hit respectably at 259.
And again, you have to think about who's on the mound for the Seattle Mariners. So that run out at second base is really, really important. So you have to be careful with how you attack Dylan Moore.
1-0 Toronto. Hits are 5-1 for the Blue Jays, but the Mariners threatening. The pitch to Moore. Popped up, first base side foul. Guerrero jogging over near the side warning track. Makes the catch. Heck of a mound visit from Pete Walker. And that will do it for the top of the 4th. No runs on a hit. 2 left. 1-0 Blue Jays. Middle of the 4th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project No.
Hey, Insiders! Thanks for hanging out with us this weekend. The Seattle Mariners are in town to face our Toronto Blue Jays here at the Skydome. Thank you for hanging out with us for the Toronto Blue Jays matchup. Go Jays, go! It's going to be a great game, and we are so thankful that you chose to hang out here on Toronto Sports Insider. Okay, Blue Jays, let's play ball. Oh yeah, let's go Blue Jays. Thank you for hanging out with us today here on Toronto Sports Insider. Now's the time of the show. Please let us know, where are you watching from? Where is Blue Jays Nation gathering from all over the world here on Toronto Sports Insider? You can let us know in the chat. Let us know your city and province in Canada, city and state in the United States, or international. Let us know your city and your country of where you're watching from. And you can click the link in our website, torontosportsinsider.com. Check out all of our awesome merchandise, as well as all of the features on our website. We have a bunch of cool stuff, like a schedule for all of the Toronto sports teams and when they're playing and when we'll be live here on Toronto Sports Insider. As well, please click the live viewer tab on our website and put yourself on our map and find out where the rest of the world is watching the Blue Jays from. We just recently crossed over 1,000 page views, and we just launched this less than a month ago. Thank you, insiders. Thanks for letting us know where you're watching from. Now let's get back to the baseball. Come on, Vladdy. Come on, Bo. Come on, boys. Let's get some runs.
Baseline hitting back to the Mariners dugout, and those two got into an exchange. Both dugouts would clear. The bullpens tried to get involved, although by that point it kind of had fizzled out, and the teams literally waved their bullpens back into their spots. But
hey, man, the bullpen lives for that. They live for that stuff.
They didn't get a chance. But either way, for two teams who have been very close in the standings for the last couple of years, and of course had a playoff series a couple of years ago, a little bit of that rivalry reignited so far in Game 2 of the series. We'll probably learn more about it after the game. Don't exactly know what the cause of it was right now, but if you go back a couple years, there was a little bit of back and forth with Cal Raleigh and the Blue Jays at one point in time. The surprising thing, and it'll be interesting to hear from the perspective of Jose Berrios, because he's a guy who really almost never is involved in anything close to that, but he was going head-to-head with Cal Raleigh. No physicality between the two, but going back and forth to the point where other people started to get in the way as Raleigh began to charge towards Jose Berrios.
Well, it seemed like Jose Berrios started the interaction. It wasn't a heated interaction when Jose started it, but then Cal Raleigh continued it, and then obviously it escalated from there, but couldn't pretend to tell you what happened and what the story is behind all of this.
Alejandro Kirk got in the way of Raleigh, then Malachi Moore, but all that done now. Raleigh back behind the plate. Ernie Clement leading off for the Blue Jays. It's 1-0 Toronto, and Logan Gilbert on the hill. 6'6" right-hander with long curly hair pushing out of his cap, winds and offers to Clement, who fouls it right back, 0-1.
If nothing else, Ben, it just makes the game more interesting.
Oh, yeah. 8-9-1 for the Blue Jays. Clement, Straw, and Bichette. Swing and a miss by Ernie on the 0-1. It's 0-2.
I think Logan Gilbert actually dropped down on that split finger. It looked like he threw it sidearmed. Haven't seen that yet today.
Gilbert with a breath, winds, and the 0-2. Down and away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's interesting, at times in his career early when he struggled, he had difficulty maintaining arm angles, but there, like you said, he seemed to use it to his benefit. Or maybe he just got lucky. 1-2 pitch. Down and away again, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Ernie putting up a good fight here, taking some tough pitches during this at-bat.
Clement singled after battling with 2 strikes in the second inning. He's 1 for 1. Here in the bottom of the 4th with the Blue Jays up 1-0. The 2-2 to Ernie Clement. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to wave at the slider outside. 1 out.
Well, there's no way he throws 3 sliders in a row, right? That's probably what Ernie Clement is thinking in that situation. Sure enough, he threw another one, and he was way out in front of it.
5th strikeout of the day for Logan Gilbert. The second one he's had on the slider. Also 2 on the splitter and 1 on the curve. 1 out. Here's his pitch to Miles Straw. Called strike, 0-1. A couple days ago, a real interesting article from Sportsnet's David Singh that you can find about Miles Straw on sportsnet.ca about the roller coaster of the last couple seasons for him. The wind in the 0-1. Check swing bouncer foul 0-2. But part of it involved something John Schneider told us a couple days ago. When Straw came into camp, he was put in the B group of players with some of the younger guys, the prospects. Maybe not an encouraging sign for a player when they enter spring, yet he made the team and is now hitting easily in the 300s. 0-2. In the dirt, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And being in the B group, and I was in John's office when he talked about that, but being in the B group, no matter how confident you are in whether you're going to make the team or not, it is a horrible feeling.
And I can imagine, especially for a 30-year-old with a lot of major league games under his belt. 1-2. Fouled back, still 1-2.
It's essentially, and it's not exactly like this, but it's essentially like being on the practice squad of an NFL team. Right. That's sort of how you feel. Like there's really no chance that you're going to make that team. And here he is.
Put together a really nice spring, filled a need for them defensively in center field, and he's hit a lot more than they expected to. The 1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And he's looked good. This is another good at-bat for Miles Straw. Really confident in the box. His takes are just very good. He doesn't seem antsy or jumpy up there.
Gilbert shrugs the shoulders, brings the glove up, the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. How about 96 outside, 2 down?
That's a tough pitch. I mean, for a guy that throws as hard as he does with all kinds of life through the zone, he doesn't throw as many fastballs as you'd think he would. A lot of sliders, a lot of split fingers, but when he throws that fastball, it's a good one.
Gilbert stretches his arms into the air as he gets set for Bo Bichette. 2 outs in the top of the order up for the Blue Jays with no one on base. 1-0 Toronto, bottom 4, and the pitch. Down and away, ball 1. Sixth time that Logan Gilbert has started against the Blue Jays. He's typically struggled against them, although last year he was great, and this year he's looked really good so far. 1-0. Low 2-0. Gilbert came to Rogers Center last year, went 7 2/3 early in the season, gave up only 1 earned run, 1 walk, struck out 8 in a game the Mariners won 6-1 in extra innings. The 2-0. Called a strike. Bichette did not think about swinging at that pitch on the outside edge. 2-1.
Yeah, that's a good take. You're sitting dead red. When you're ahead in the count 2-0, you kind of zone up and you wait for that zone or that pitch. That was a good slider on the outside part, and Bo Bichette didn't swing at it.
The 2-1. Hit foul. Unloaded the hands on a fastball on the outer third. It bangs off the screen and rolls back onto the field. 2-2.
I mean, Logan Gilbert's kind of like Chris Bassett, where you just never know what he's about to throw.
Except he throws 98.
Except he throws 98, yeah. Different stuff, of course.
The 2-2. High, ball 3. But I get your point. I mean, he's not pitching traditionally, using fastballs to get ahead and then off speed to look for strikeouts or weak contact. He'll throw any pitch at any time in any count. Full count to Bo Bichette with 2 outs. Gilbert's pitch. Down and away, ball 4. Can hear a little bit of a yell of frustration from Logan Gilbert, who doesn't walk many, but has walked his second batter now today. He's also hit a batter in this game.
Yeah, that obviously that fastball was nowhere near the strike zone. He kind of yanked it. It almost looked like he was trying to place it as opposed to just letting it go and throwing it. And obviously Vladimir Guerrero Jr. being in the batter's box now is probably a big part of that.
Vlad with a double and a walk today. Runner on first, 2 down, throw over to first. It was high and a nice jumping catch by Rowdy Tellez to keep it from getting away. Vlad Guerrero Jr. with great numbers in his career off Logan Gilbert. Now 6 for 14, 2 doubles, 2 homers, and a pair of walks. Bichette takes off early on the pitch, and Guerrero taking all the way. He'll take a strike so Bo can slide in without a throw. Really smart play by Vlad. Great jump by Bo. Stolen base, and there's a runner in scoring position with 2 outs.
Well, obviously Vlad is staring at Logan Gilbert during this at-bat, but he can see the type of break that Bo Bichette just got, and he almost backed out of the batter's box even before Logan Gilbert got in his motion there. Nice job from Vladimir.
Inside move by Gilbert. Doesn't throw back to second, but just spins around and looks at Bo after Bichette's second stolen base of the year. That'll only count as the first disengagement because Bichette's now on second base. You get a reset. 0-1 count, the pitch. Outside and low, ball 1. And clearly, Bo's done a pretty good job not only advancing himself into scoring position, but drawing some attention off of Vlad from Logan Gilbert. Gilbert sets, looks back at second, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Really nice breaking ball. He'll get ahead 1-2.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Bo Bichette's not going to try to steal third base in this situation. But like you said, Logan Gilbert is now thinking about Bo Bichette, and hopefully he leaves a mistake over the middle of the plate because he's thinking about the guy at second base and not Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Really nice breaking ball again. He gets him to make it 3 strikeouts in the inning and a scoreless bottom of the 4th. 1-0 Blue Jays. We go to the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hear every game of the NBA playoffs on Sirius XM.
He's going to fire up a 3 for the win!
Don't miss a second of the action all the way through the NBA Finals.
Tatum has to force a 3 at the buzzer, and he got it!
And throughout the playoffs, get closer to the storylines that matter on NBA Radio, Channel 86.
There are certain guys that you need to be a part of your roster to win NBA championships.
Listen to home and away broadcasts of every NBA playoff game on your radio and the Sirius XM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam!
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on Sirius XM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on Sirius XM or streaming anytime on the Sirius XM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Out of here! Go Hey Ohtani Connect!
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy basketball to getting you ready for the NFL Draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
We begin our quest for another championship right now. Winning is everything. It's it. It's all there is.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 5th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. 1-0 Blue Jays, top of the 5th. Jose Berrios kicks and fires to Ben Williamson. Pitch called low, borderline at the knees, fastball, 1-0.
That was Berrios' 57th pitch of the ball game. It's a pretty low pitch count so far.
Right-handers 1-0. Swinging a line drive left field on the run. Rodin dives and it bounces out of his glove onto the turf. Williamson around first. Pilchuk for second with his first major league extra base hit. A double for Ben Williamson to start the top of the 5th. Really close to being a highlight reel catch by Rodin.
Well, that ball was actually in his glove as he was diving. And when he hit the ground, it came popping out. A huge break for the Seattle Mariners with nobody out in this inning.
Second hit of the game for Seattle. First hit to the outfield. J.P. Crawford up in the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Mariners have not had many chances to score runs so far in this series, limited to one yesterday. Pickoff move to second. Close play on the tag, but he's called safe. Bo Bichette snuck in behind Williamson. Nice throw by Berrios. And the Blue Jays at least giving it a look for a second. But they're not going to challenge.
And that throw was just a little bit high. You want that throw to kind of be around the ankles of the second baseman or the shortstop. I think if he gets it there, that's an out at second base.
The 1-0 to Crawford. Outside ball 2. We'll mention they haven't had many chances to score. When they have, they've run into outs a lot. Did it 4 times on the base paths yesterday. 2-0 pitch. Outside, ball 3. Dangerous territory now for Berrios. If you walk Crawford, it's 2 on and nobody out in the top of the order coming up. 1-0 Toronto with Williamson on second. The 3-0. Called strike, 3-1. Crawford, a left-handed hitter. Infield shifted to the pull side. Bichette playing up the middle at short. 3-1. Check swing pitch down and in. Ball 4 for Jose Berrios. His 4th walk of the day.
Jose Berrios was asking Malachi Moore, was that pitch inside? It was inside off the plate just a little bit, but I don't mind that off-speed pitch there. You have the open base. Obviously, you want to get J.P. Crawford out, but when you fall behind 3-0, that kind of changes how you're attacking somebody, and I don't mind that 3-1 off-speed pitch from Jose Berrios.
Berrios looking to bounce back after the leadoff double and the walk. First and second, nobody out. 1-0 Blue Jays. The pitch to Miles Mastroboni. He squares to bunt, bunts it toward third. Berrios picks it up. He'll throw on to first with Jimenez covering for the out. No one was there to cover third base, but with the way Berrios got off the mound, they actually might have been able to cut down the lead runner had someone been over there.
Well, that's why with the guy at second base, as a hitter, you bunt to third base because you're forcing that third baseman to come in and potentially field that ball, and then there's nobody at third base. But like you said, if Ernie Clement was at the bag at third base, they would have got that lead runner at third base, but a good bunt from Williamson. From Mastroboni.
So a sacrifice for Mastroboni, second and third with 1 out. 1-0 Blue Jays, top of the 5th. The pitch to Jorge Polanco. Called strike. Polanco 0 for 2 today, a switch hitter who's been limited to only batting left so far this year and DHing due to an oblique strain. The 0-1. Swinging a ground ball to first. Backhanded Guerrero looks back the runner from third and steps on the bag. Really nice play from the 2022 Gold Glover, and there are 2 down.
Well, just how you drew it up, right? Little ground ball to first base, and Williamson stays put at third base, but now you have another big out coming to the plate, and Cal Raleigh.
Just wondering if maybe they'd walk Cal Raleigh, although after the happenings of last inning, I imagine Berrios wouldn't want that. Those two left the inning going back and forth. The dugout's cleared, and now they get a chance to settle it on the diamond. Berrios is going to step off and ask for a new baseball.
I think walking Cal Raleigh, I feel like it's not a bad decision to do that, but it's also not my decision because I don't want to load the bases. Sure. I don't want to have to be perfect to Randy Arozarena, who's coming up next.
Second and third, 2 down, and the pitch to Raleigh. Downstairs, ball 1. I mean, you could always nibble against Cal Raleigh, and if you walk him, you walk him.
You could pitch around him. That's also a smart thing to do. See if he gets himself out with a little weak ground ball somewhere.
Raleigh 1 for 1, an infield hit and a walk. 1-0. Swinging a deep drive, right field, hooking toward the corner. That's a fair ball, bouncing up against the wall. 1 run scores, 2 runs come in to score. The throw to second not in time, and Cal Raleigh gives the Mariners the lead with a 2-run double.
And I don't think they were pitching around him there. I think they were trying to come right at him, but I mean, looking back, I know hindsight's 20/20. The Blue Jays are going to have a look at something.
I believe that they're challenging that this was a foul ball. There was a bit of a reaction from the fans in the right field corner after that pitch was called fair.
On the field, fair. Toronto's challenging.
And the Blue Jays seem to feel that that was not a fair ball. This is a monumental challenge. We're getting a look right now.
That's a fair ball. That just nicked the foul line. We're getting a super slow motion replay right now. I think that's a foul ball. Or sorry, a fair ball.
To be honest, I don't love the angle we're seeing. It's really hard for me to tell. Fans, of course, have decided that that's foul ball. But
I think that's a fair ball.
I would hope New York has a better angle than that, or else I don't think, even if your opinion is that that was foul, that they have enough on that angle to overturn anything.
Right.
This could be a quick review.
After review, the field stands. It is a fair ball. Toronto loses their challenge for the remainder of the game.
So the call will stand. That's about as quick of a stands review as you're going to get, where they've decided they didn't have enough to change anything. That'll be a 2-run double for Cal Raleigh. And the Mariners take their first lead of the series. Williamson and Crawford in to score on the extra base hit. Raleigh on second with 2 outs. Pitch now to Randy Arozarena. Inside, ball 1.
And that was a changeup that Cal Raleigh hit down the right field line. So maybe they were trying to pitch around him, but if you're trying to pitch around him, you have to bury that changeup. You can't leave it middle like that changeup was.
The 1-0. Called strike 1-1. And it's the only reason I mentioned just walking him instead of potentially getting too cute trying to pitch around him. I mean, he's basically been this offense for the last week. Now 10 RBIs for Raleigh in the last 8 games. 1-1 pitch hit foul by Arozarena into the Blue Jays dugout, 1-2.
And that's why I said, 50% of people probably would have wanted to walk him. 50% would have said, hey, let me pitch around him, see if I can make a good pitch and let him get himself out. But you can't leave a changeup right over the middle like that.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Arozarena waves at a pitch in the dirt. Alejandro Kirk applies the tag, and that will do it for the top of the 5th inning. The Mariners get 2 on 2 hits. Cal Raleigh's 2-run double makes it 2-1 for Seattle, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hello, it's me, Katie Nolan, host of Casuals on the SiriusXM Podcast Network. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Every Tuesday and Thursday, I'm joined by some of the biggest names in sports and entertainment to break down our favorite news stories from the sports world and beyond. It really doesn't matter what level of sports fandom or knowledge you have, just bring what you've got. We're all here to have fun and learn together. No judgments. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Love you. Mean it.
This is Dave LaGreca, creator of the biggest pro wrestling show on the planet, Busted Open. Don't miss myself and my Hall of Fame cast and crew as we break down every story in and out of the ring and talk to the top names in the business, like the legend himself, The Undertaker.
I'm actually glad to be on a real show.
Catch Busted Open live every day from 9 to noon Eastern on SiriusXM Fight Nation, channel 156, and on the SiriusXM app.
The NASCAR Xfinity Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Saturday,
3:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the North Carolina Education Lottery 250, presented by Black's Tire from Rockingham Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Yes! I love you guys!
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84. Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays Baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection. Toronto trailing 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning at Rogers Center. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Anthony Santander, Andres Jimenez, George Springer to hit this inning for the Blue Jays. First time Toronto has trailed in the game, and they go up against Logan Gilbert on 83 pitches so far. Gilbert winds and delivers home. First pitch strike, 0-1. Action in the Mariner pen. Colin Snyder is getting loose, a right-hander. Gilbert's 85th pitch of the day. Hit back foul, headed towards us. That's just going to drop into the 200 level seats under our feet. It's 0-2.
Medium effort from you, Ben, on that foul ball.
Yeah,
Medium
you're
effort.
one to talk. You're one to talk. Former major leaguer who gets out of the way of foul balls. 0-2 pitch. Bounce to the plate. Santander twisting out of the way of that one as it nearly hit him. 1-2.
And Logan Gilbert really choked off that curveball. I don't know how far in front of the plate that landed, but it was way in front of the plate, that's for sure.
Gilbert's been good, but much more wild than usual. Still, though, he's only allowed one. It came in the first inning. His 1-2. Popped up foul. That'll get out of play.
And the Blue Jays have had their opportunities earlier on in this ball game, but Logan Gilbert was just able to make a big pitch when he had to.
Which typically the Blue Jays have actually succeeded in those opportunities this year. They've scored 72% of runners from third base with less than 2 outs this year. By far the best in Major League Baseball. Cleveland second at 64. No one else above 60% cashing in runners from third with less than 2 outs. Blue Jays failed to do that, though, in the first inning, and it might come back to haunt them. 1-2. Inside nearly hit Santander again, who had to run out of the way. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Logan Gilbert's thrown 2 pitches in this at-bat that were nowhere near the strike zone. That one actually almost hit Santander in the thigh. Jumped out of the way for ball 2, but
you have to imagine that he's getting close to the end of the line, nearing 90 pitches. A little bit all over the place to start this inning. Santander 1 for 2 with a single and a lineout. 2-2 pitch. Foul tip, strike 3. I mean, that's a tough at-bat. Nearly get hit twice. Then he drops a splitter on the outside edge for the first out of the inning.
Like I said, he's made some mistakes today, but when he has to, he makes a good pitch. Like in that at-bat to Santander, a good split finger almost on the black outside. And before that, he threw 2 pitches nowhere near the strike zone.
2-1 Mariners. 1 out, base is empty. Bottom 5. Gilbert into the line. The pitch to Andres Jimenez. Called strike. Jimenez is 2 for 2. He has 2 of the 5 Blue Jays hits today. 4 of the 5 Toronto hits coming from the top 4 in the order. The other one from Ernie Clement. 0-1. Jimenez drives the ball into right center. That's a base hit. Bouncing into the gap. Cut off there by Mastroboni. It'll be a single for Andres Jimenez with 1 out.
How about Andres Jimenez? 3 for 3 in this ball game now against one of the league's best pitchers, seeing the baseball out of that hand perfectly. A good swing from him, hammering that ball on a line into center field.
And helping the Blue Jays trying to knock Logan Gilbert out of this game. The earlier, the better. This is a Seattle pen that was used a ton in the last series on the road at Cincinnati. Bottom of the 5th, 1 out. The pitch to George Springer, down and away, ball 1.
And if I'm Andres Jimenez, I'm trying to get to second base right here, especially with 1 out in this inning.
Jimenez being held on by Tellez from the stretch. The 1-0 to George Springer. Jimenez takes off. Pitch outside a ball. Throw from Raleigh down to second. Not nearly in time. That's a stolen base for Andres Jimenez. His 7th of the season. And he's in scoring position with 1 out.
Yeah, that was a great jump. He stole that base with ease. Pretty solid throw from Cal Raleigh behind the plate, but Andres Jimenez swipes that bag easily.
Jimenez dusting himself off. He's got dirt all over his right thigh. He's on second. 2-1 Mariners. 1 out, bottom 5. The pitch to George Springer. Popped up foul. Out of play. Back behind home plate. 2-1.
And there was the mistake. Logan Gilbert's made some mistakes today, but he flipped that slider in. It was a little spinner over the middle. George Springer was right on it. Just fouled that thing back.
Springer, a rare hitless day so far. He's 0 for 2. Inside move by Gilbert, no throw as Jimenez just walks back to second.
I would imagine Andres Jimenez is staying put at second base, but you never know.
The 2-1. Outside, ball 3. Yeah, I think different hitter, maybe you think about going to third, but you don't want to take away a potential chance for George Springer to single in a run. Springer hitting .370 on the season, 10 RBIs. The 3-1 offering. Swing and a miss. Big hack by Springer at a breaking ball. I'll make that the splitter, rather, 3-2.
And there's that pitching backwards that Logan Gilbert's so good at. You're expecting a fastball. I'm sure George Springer was expecting a fastball there, 3-1. And he just flips in the split finger.
Gilbert approaching 100 pitches. Another inside move. No one was even covering second, so Jimenez back casually. You could get aggressive now if you're Andres Jimenez. Full count, and Gilbert can't step off again unless he picks off Jimenez. Big lead over at second. 3-2 pitch. Foul back. The 3 disengagement rule. If Gilbert were to step off or make any move again and not pick off Andres Jimenez, he gets third base for free. So typically, you figure a guy's not going to step off. It's really rare that they do. So at a minimum, Jimenez can get a huge lead in case there's a single and he can score. Bouncing around is Jimenez at second. 3-2 to Springer. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He goes down on what was read as a four-seamer. No, that was a slider low at 88. Nice strikeout for Gilbert.
I was going to say, that four-seamer moved a lot.
Yeah, that was a good slider from Gilbert. 9th K of the day. And the last pitch of the day for the right-hander. Up to 98 pitches with a runner on second and 2 outs. It looks like the day of Gilbert is done, although Darren Wilson has not made a point to the bullpen yet. The manager is out on the mound, and he's going to leave him in there. Give him one more shot here to try and get through 5 innings. Logan Gilbert facing off with Alejandro Kirk.
Every once in a while, a manager will go out there and the starting pitcher will say, I want this guy. Then the manager will say, you sure you want this guy? And the starting pitcher will say, yes, I do want this guy.
Logan Gilbert's next pitch will match his most in a game so far this season. Runner on second, 2-1 Mariners, 2 outs, bottom 5. Gilbert's 99th pitch goes to Alejandro Kirk. In the dirt, ball 1. So Gilbert now certain to hit 100 pitches for the first time this year. Did it 5 times last year. Never threw more than 101 last year. Righty kicks and deals. Check swing by Kirk. He went around, says Malachi Moore on a pitch in the dirt. 1-1. Action in the Blue Jay bullpen right now. Yariel Rodriguez loosening up for Toronto. Gilbert, the Mariners starter, kicks and fires, and Kirk hits it foul, 1-2.
Really going off-speed heavy so far in this inning. A lot of sliders, a lot of split fingers.
One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 5th. 2-1 for the Mariners. Andres Jimenez on second. And the pitch to Kirk. Swing and a liner. Left field, base hit. Jimenez getting the wave around third. He'll score, and Alejandro Kirk has tied the game with an RBI single.
What a swing from Alejandro Kirk. He saw 3 off-speed pitches in a row, a couple sliders and a split finger. And it was almost like he was expecting another one. Stayed back on that pitch, that split finger from Logan Gilbert, and he hammered it to left field for a huge RBI and a base hit.
One batter ago, Logan Gilbert convinced Stan Wilson to leave him on the mound, and now that looks like a potential mistake. Wilson back out there, and he will make a pitching change. Brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Let's go over to today's host in this 2-2 game bottom 5. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Let's check in on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Let's start in the NBA. The play-in games concluded last night with the Heat outlasting the Hawks in overtime. 123-114. Miami beat Atlanta, so they will play the Cavaliers in the first round. In the West, the Grizzlies thumping the Mavericks 120-106 last night as well. The Grizz will go on to play Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round as well. But with the play-in games officially done, it means we have the playoffs themselves finally arriving. The first round going on right now for 4 games on the calendar for the first day of the playoffs. Bucks at Pacers. Game 1 is officially in the books. That was the first game of the slate today. Indiana thumping Milwaukee 117-98 to take a 1-0 series lead. Pascal Siakam had 25 points on 10 of 15 shooting from the field. He went 3 of 5 from 3, had 7 rebounds as well. Meanwhile, Giannis Antetokounmpo had 36 points and 12 rebounds alongside 2 blocks in the loss. Game 2 in this series will go on Tuesday. Right now, Clippers at Nuggets is going on. We got the Clippers up 53-49. It's halftime. This is the 4-5 matchup in Game 1 in the West. You can watch this one right now on Sportsnet 360. A couple other games going on a little bit later. In about an hour's time, roughly, we'll get Pistons at Knicks. This game beginning at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. That'll be the 3-6 matchup in the East. And later on tonight, we'll get Timberwolves at Lakers, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 Pacific. That is the 3-6 matchup in the West. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action right here at the Rogers Center. 2-2, bottom 5. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The Mariners making their first pitching change of the game. The right-hander Colin Snyder is in. 2-2, like you mentioned. Kirk on first, 2 down, bottom 5, and the pitch to Alan Rodin. Foul tip, strike 1. Righty Snyder features a sweeper as his main pitch, just threw it there. Also a four-seamer in the low to mid-90s and a cutter. He'll throw a sweeper more than half the time. The 0-1. Swinging bunt, first baseline, veering toward foul territory. Snyder picks it up, throws over the runner, a collision at first, and it looks like Rodin is called safe. Alan Rodin, though, is down in a heap. And rather, the call was out. The Mariners are heading off the field, and some immediate concern as Alan Rodin ran right in to Rowdy Tellez and is lying on his back in some obvious discomfort on the field.
Well, it was almost like Alan Rodin hit a wall.
I mean, there was nothing that either of them could do there. Tellez was set up in fair territory, and it was really the throw of Snyder that caused this collision. He threw it back across Rodin into foul territory, forcing Tellez to get into the path of Alan Rodin. Some applause now as Rodin is sitting up. Looks like he's about to be helped up by Mark Budzinski. And Jose Ministral, the head athletic trainer, seemed to be testing out his shoulder, I believe. Rodin, though, standing up in his own power right now, getting an applause from the fans. And again, there was nothing at all that Rowdy Tellez could really do. He was just stretching out to make sure that he brought in the ball to make the play. Rodin ran full speed into Tellez. Tellez, one of the bigger humans in Major League Baseball. And so Rodin standing up now. We'll see if he returns to the field defensively, but for now we'll take a quick step aside. The Blue Jays score a run to tie the game on Alejandro Kirk's RBI single. It's 2-2 after 5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to
Hey, you! Yeah, you! I'm talking to you! Thanks for hanging out with us for the Toronto Blue Jays game. We really appreciate you being here, chatting it up every single game. We're live 1 through 162 right here on Toronto Sports Insider. You won't miss any of the action. Every pitch, every home run, every big play by our Blue Jays, whether it's at the Dome or on the road, we're here and we're hanging out together, cheering them on. Now let's get back to the baseball. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button and turning on the bell, and welcome to this awesome community. Now keep it classy, and we'll see you back in the chat.
Premeditated, it was planned.
Law and Order at 8.
He told me to is not a legal defense against murder.
SVU at 9.
Covering his ass, I'd start thinking about your own.
Followed by the new season of Law and Order Toronto, Criminal Intent at 10.
Nothing justifies murder. How about we start with the truth?
Law and Order Thursday, all new, 8/7 Central on City TV.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He gets Verdugo for his 7th strikeout.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center, top of the 6th inning. And apologies, play there while we were in break. First pitch of the inning from Berrios to Luke Raley, hit on the ground to first base. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. took it to the bag. So quickly, there's one out. 2-2 game, Blue Jays and Mariners. And here's Rowdy Tellez. The pitch from Berrios, inside ball 1. If you weren't with us at the end of the last inning, Tellez involved in a collision with Alan Rodin. Alan Rodin, though, is all right. He's out in left field and staying in the game for the Blue Jays. The 1-0. Outside 2-0. It's a bit of a mixed response for Tellez when he came up to the plate, but I cannot stress enough how little he had to do actually with this. And if anything, Colin Snyder is the person at fault. The pitcher who made the throw, dragging Tellez into the way. 2-0 is hit very high to pretty shallow center field. Miles Strong coming in, and he makes the catch. 2 outs.
Well, that sinker is really working well from Berrios. If he locates it well, it's almost like it misses barrels every single time. That right there was no different. A little weak fly ball to center field off the bat of Rowdy Tellez.
One of the best days we've seen so far from Berrios. A little bit of walk trouble and then the one double given up to Raleigh. But he's only thrown 76 pitches here, and there are 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning. Base is empty, 2-2 game. The right-hander deals to Dylan Moore. Hit foul on the ground toward the Blue Jays' third base dugout. It just sneaks into the stairs. 0-1.
Yeah, like you said, he's really only thrown one bad pitch. Just that hanging, floating changeup to Cal Raleigh to score the Mariners 2 runs.
The 0-1. Swing and a high fly ball. Pretty shallow left center. Rodin charging in. Calls off Bo Bichette. He looks all right as he makes the catch to end the inning. A 1-2-3 sixth for Jose Berrios. Middle of 6. 2-2 game. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
80s neon blossoms are in full bloom on the SiriusXM app, featuring feel-good hits from icons like Cyndi Lauper, Whitney Houston, and Michael Jackson. To the timeless, breezy beats of the B-52s, Blondie, and more. This exclusive 80s on 8 springtime mix will have you walking on sunshine all season long. Just search Neon Blossoms on the SiriusXM app.
Get ready for the 2025 NFL Draft on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
With the first pick, the Tennessee Titans select.
We caught up with the top prospects as they get ready to start their careers in the NFL.
Miami Hurricane quarterback Cam Ward.
My journey's been unbelievable.
And hear pick-by-pick coverage of the 2025 Draft from Green Bay starting April 24th at 8 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
While you're listening to this game on SiriusXM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 159. Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and always on the Sirius XM app.
Bottom of the 6th inning, Blue Jays 2, Mariners 2. Welcome back to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Ernie Clement against Colin Snyder to start the inning. The pitch. Fastball in there at 94, strike one. Snyder came in and got the final out of the bottom of the 5th. Back out for the 6th inning. It's his 8th appearance of the year, 0-1. Check swing, he went around. 0-2.
Snyder had a really good year last year, 3-4 with a 1.94 ERA in 42 ball games, 47 strikeouts, and just over 41 innings pitched.
Righty kicks, delivers, and misses outside, 1-2. Started this year allowing runs, not earned runs, but runs in the first 4 appearances he had. He's really settled down since then, throwing nearly 3 innings scoreless. 1-2. Hit foul. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Or pardon me, throwing over 3 innings scoreless. He's one of their higher leverage guys, and that's why Dan Wilson has called upon him here in a 2-2 game. Twelfth rounder by the Royals in 2017 was Snyder out of Vanderbilt. His 1-2. Inside, nearly hit Clement, who jackknifed out of the way. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And Snyder's got good stuff. A really good sweeper that has good horizontal movement. And he kind of throws sidearms, so he has a lot of run on that mid-90s fastball.
His 2-2. Hit on the ground over the mound. Diving stop at second Moore. Pops up, throws to first. Not in time. Infield hit for Ernie Clement. Credit to Dylan Moore, a Gold Glover last year, for even making that a play, but Clement aboard to start the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, once Dylan Moore had to leave his feet for that baseball, you know that Ernie Clement is probably going to beat that out. He beats that throw pretty easily over there at first base for a single.
Second hit of the day for Ernie Clement. And he's on first now for Miles Straw. 2-2 game in the 6th inning. Snyder, the righty, comes set at the belt. Corners are in. The pitch. Straw squares to bunt, pulls it back, takes up and in, ball 1. This 6th inning brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. It's the bottom of the 6th. The Blue Jays led from the 1st until the top of the 5th, now in a 2-2 game. Next pitch, Straw bunts it, first base side. Barehanded by Raleigh. His throw to first in time. Moore caught it and stepped on the bag. Nice throw from Raleigh over the runner. It's a successful sacrifice for Miles Straw's Clements in scoring position with 1 out.
Well, I thought for a split second that Cal Raleigh would pick that baseball up and potentially try to throw Ernie Clement out at second base, but Ernie really quick to getting to second base there, and a good job from Miles Straw getting that bunt on the ground.
So now the Blue Jays will get 2 shots to drive in the runner from second base. First, Bo Bichette, with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. waiting on deck. The pitch. Fastball in there, strike 1.
Seemed like Bo Bichette was almost surprised by that fastball from Snyder.
This is a guy who throws majority sweepers. Maybe he was sitting on the breaking ball. A look at second, and the 0-1. Yanked down and away. That was the cutter. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bo Bichette leading the Blue Jays with 11 runs batted in. The 1-1. Outside, ball 2. You can nibble around Bichette if you're Snyder with first base open, but then you put 2 aboard for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Into the set. Snyder twists and offers. Swing and a broken bat flare. Right center field. Base hit. Ernie Clement getting the wave around third. The throw from right is bouncing in late, and Clement dives in head first to give the Blue Jays the lead. 3-2 Toronto on an RBI knock by Bo Bichette.
Well, another good swing from Bo Bichette going the other way. Yes, he broke his bat, but he was trying to do just that, dumping that baseball into right field for a huge run in this ball game. and still just 1 out in the inning.
RBI number 12 for Bo Bichette, who, yes, has not left the yard yet, but continues to produce runs for Toronto in big spots.
Yeah, big hits when it matters. That's Bo Bichette so far this season.
3-2 Blue Jays. Bichette on first, 1 out. The pitch to Guerrero. Called a strike. It hit the inside edge. 0-1. Blue Jays gave up the lead for a brief moment, but they're back on top again, 3-2. The 0-1 to Vlad. Called strike. They're working inside. Back-to-back pitches on Guerrero, or inner edge of the zone at least. It's 0-2. Snyder working quickly. Deals home. And a foul tip, strike 3. Guerrero is saying he was quick pitching him there, having some words with Malachi Moore. It was at least as fast as legally allowed, if not faster. There are 2 down.
Yeah, it seemed like it was pretty quick. John Schneider is saying something to Malachi Moore, but I mean, that's just Vladimir Guerrero Jr. swinging at a slider off the plate or a sweeper off the plate that he really shouldn't be swinging at.
So 2 down, a runner on first. 3-2 Blue Jay lead over the Mariners, and the pitch to Santander. Called a strike, 0-1.
Now Santander having a word with Malachi Moore. He's getting it from all angles.
There has been an emphasis, it seems, from home plate umps to make sure that the batters are looking out and engaged with the pitcher before they go this year. Step off and throw to first. Bichette back in standing. Part of the reason that's so important, the pitch clock actually puts more of a timer on the hitters than it does on the pitchers. So it seems like the umps are trying to at least let the hitters have their 5-6 seconds before they have to look out to the starting pitcher or any pitcher in the game. Reliever Snyder steps off and throws over to first again. That's back-to-back pickoff attempts. And now Bo Bichette can get a little aggressive if he wants to with 2 outs.
I wouldn't mind if he takes off here, tries to get to second base with 2 outs. He does have 1 stolen base this season.
The pitch. Santander fouls it back, 0-2. Blue Jays have tried 3 times and successfully swiped 3 bags on Cal Raleigh. Not always Raleigh's fault, but on Cal Raleigh in the series. Bichette on first, 3-2 Blue Jays, 2 outs, bottom 6. The 0-2. Santander takes it low, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Bo Bichette is taking a huge lead out there. It doesn't seem like he's trying to get aggressive and go right here, but he does have a huge lead.
Unlikely for a third step off. At least he can give himself some extra room to try and score on a double. The 1-2. Swing and a high fly ball, left center field. Arozarena coming over to make the catch in the gap to end the inning. The Blue Jays jump back in front, though. A run on 2 hits after Ernie Clement singles. Miles Straw moves him over, and Bo Bichette moves him in. It's 3-2 Toronto. We head to the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
One of the best in the game at receiving the ball.
He's about as good of a strike zone controller as the Blue Jays have.
To a team of elite defenders, he is Captain Kirk, a game caller in unison with this pitcher.
Does he ever have a knowledge of the strike zone?
Framing pitches with precision and a steady hand.
Kirk's done it again.
Be one of the first 15,000 fans at the ballpark on Wednesday, April 30th to get your Alejandro Kirk bobblearm. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com. Lights up, let's go.
Of all the things that Timber Mart can lend a hand to build, community ranks among the most important. And with the Timber Mart Local Leaders Initiative, we strive to recognize those dedicated to making their hometowns a better place to live, work, and play. From now to June 25th, you can vote to select our grand prize winner. They'll receive a $10,000 grant to support their outstanding initiative as Timber Mart's Local Leader of the Year. To vote, visit local-leaders.com. Timber Mart, Canada's building center.
The federal election is on Monday, April 28th. You can vote early. Advanced polls will be open April 18th to 21st. If you prefer, you can vote at any Elections Canada office until Tuesday, April 22nd, 6 p.m., or you can apply to vote by mail. Check your voter information card or visit elections.ca for all the ways you can vote.
For the official information you need to vote, visit elections.ca or call 1-800-463-6868. It's our vote.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Kirk smacks it down the left field line. This one's got a chance. It's good.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Jose Berrios back out for a 7th inning of work. He takes the hill with the Blue Jays, leading the Mariners 3-2. Righty kicks and deals to Ben Williamson. And the first pitch is in there, strike one. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Top of the 7th, Berrios has been great.
Yeah, he's only at 79 pitches, although Brendan Little is warming up in that Blue Jays bullpen.
The 0-1. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, Berrios has 8-9-1 this inning. If he gets to 1, that'll be a 4th time through the order, and there are a bunch of lefties or switch hitters stacked up for Seattle. 1-1 pitch. Inside, 2-1. You look on deck, J.P. Crawford hits left. Then Miles Mastrobuoni at the top of the order. Jorge Polanco listed as a switch hitter, but he's only hit left pretty much all season because of an oblique strain. And then you get to the switch hitter, Cal Raleigh. Right on right, the 2-1 to Ben Williamson. Hit high, deep left field. Rodin tracking back, stops at the wall. That ball's gone. First major league home run for Ben Williamson. Ties the game at 3 in the top of the 7th.
And Ben Williamson hammered that thing. It was a fastball basically right down the middle. And Williamson didn't miss it. 103 miles an hour off the bat, almost 400 feet just beyond that bullpen in left field.
Sinker from Berrios. It ended up running actually inside a fair bit, but he got the hands inside of it. That's going to be the last pitch that Berrios throws in this game. They left him out there to face the righty, and Jose Berrios gives up the home run. So it's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 3-3 game, top of the 7th, no outs, bases empty. Let's go over to today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Let's do a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Let's start again with the NBA. We have 4 games on the calendar tonight as the NBA playoffs are in full swing. 1 game actually already done. Bucks at Pacers, game 1 officially in the books. Indiana thumping Milwaukee 117-98 to take a 1-0 series lead. Pascal Siakam, 25 points on 10 of 15 shooting from the field. He went 3 of 5 from deep and had 7 rebounds as well. In the loss, Giannis Antetokounmpo had 36 points, 12 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Game 2 of that series will go on Tuesday. Right now, we have Clippers at Nuggets game 1. It's currently 67-61 with about 6.5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. This is the 4-5 matchup in the West. You can watch this one on Sportsnet 360. In about 45 minutes or so, Pistons at Knicks game 1 will go at Madison Square Garden. This game begins 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. This is the 3-6 matchup in the East. And then later on tonight, we'll get Timberwolves at Lakers, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 Pacific. That is the 3-6 matchup in the West. We also have the NHL playoffs, the Stanley Cup playoffs beginning tonight. The first game of the Cup playoffs go this evening. Blues-Jets, puck drop just after 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific in Winnipeg. That game will be on CBC and Sportsnet. We'll also get Avalanche at Stars at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 Pacific, also on Sportsnet and the CBC. Tomorrow, Sunday, we'll have 3 games. Devils at Hurricanes goes at 3 Eastern, 12 Pacific. The Battle of Ontario, Sens at Leafs will go at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific Sunday evening. And then Wild at Golden Knights will go at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific as well. All of those games will be on Sportsnet. Sens and Leafs, meanwhile, will also be on the CBC and on the radio. It will be on our flagship station, Sportsnet 590 The Fan in Toronto. Joe Bone and Jim Ralph will have the call at Scotiabank Arena tomorrow. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get back to the game. Here's Ben and Chris.
Thank you, Joe. Brendan Little is in. 3-3 game. Nobody on, nobody out. Top of the 7th. Left on left, he deals to J.P. Crawford, and the first pitch is inside, ball 1. Appearance number 12 already this season for Brendan Little, who's given up 3 earned runs in 9 innings for a 3 ERA. Lefty's 1-0. Called a strike.
And we've talked about this quite a bit. Almost every time he comes in the ball game, The number one job for him is just throw that fastball right down the middle and let it work. There's so much run, so much downward movement to it.
1-1 hit foul, a fastball on the outside corner, 1-2.
That if he just throws that thing right down the middle, it'll work. It'll move, and guys will hit weak ground balls, weak pop-ups. That's really all he needs to do.
No one right now in Major League Baseball is getting more swing and miss on a percentage rate than Brendan Little, 59% whiff rate. Lefties 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. There's a whiff. J.P. Crawford swings through a curve, and there's one down.
And then you can throw that. When you get ahead in the count, you can throw that devastating knuckle curve that he has. J.P. Crawford with a wild swing there at that curveball.
Sinker and curve are the main pitches for Little. He also throws a cutter. And now he'll face a new hitter into this game. Miles Mastrobuoni is recalled for Julio Rodriguez. Not getting the full day off today. Rodriguez into the lineup in a tie game. They avoid a left-on-left matchup to the Mariners by making this change. The left-on-right pitch is taken for a strike, 0-1. Rodriguez batting 179 on the season, is 1 for his last 16, but has the ability to leave the yard at any moment. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Really nice curveball there from Brendan Little. Yeah, like you said, Julio Rodriguez, he's been struggling, obviously, but he has 3 homers, 8 RBIs on the season, so you can't just hang one to him.
Rodriguez asks for time. It looks like Dan Wilson will use his bench again for the next batter. Instead of Jorge Polanco, who would more than likely hit left, he's got Mitch Garver, a right-handed hitter, in the on-deck circle. Task right now, though, is Julio Rodriguez. Little sets at the belt. With 1 out, the southpaw kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back punches for Brendan Little, 2 down.
And how about that? Julio Rodriguez expecting something hard, something in the mid-90s, and then Brendan Little just flips in that knuckle curve. What a pitch.
Actually bounced just before the glove of Kirk, but Rodriguez decided not to run down. And now with 2 outs, the powerful Mitch Garver up to the plate. Again, a guy with not a very high average, but the ability to leave the yard at any moment. Garver hitting 148, does not have a home run yet this year. Two down, bases empty, 3-3 game. The pitch. Breaking ball down and away, ball 1. Little rocks and deals, and Garver swings and misses, 1-1.
I think that was the cutter.
It was.
It's a pretty good pitch. Looked like a fastball inside and then kind of just cut underneath that bat of Garver.
Moves to the glove side a little bit harder than his curve. 1-1 is bounced down and in, 2-1. Garver, a very patient hitter. Second year with the Mariners, former Ranger and Twin. Hit 31 homers as the Twins catcher in 2019 and won the World Series as a catcher DH for Texas in 2023. 2-1 pitch is hit foul. Bouncing ball headed toward the third base dugout, 2-2. New baseball for Brendan Little. 2 outs, bases empty, 2-2 count in a tie game, top of the 7th. The 2-2. Inside, ball 3. Looked like the cutter again. On deck is Cal Raleigh.
I was going to say, big pitch coming up here with Cal Raleigh on deck.
Leaning forward, dangling the left arm now. Little straight up and set at the belt. His payoff pitch. lined, and a one-hopper blocked at third by Clement. It lands behind him, and that'll be an infield hit for Garver. That ball hit hard. Ernie got his glove to it, but couldn't squeeze it. And there's a runner aboard with 2 outs.
Yeah, that was a tough play for Ernie Clement. Little one-hopper over there at third base. You can see he's a little bit frustrated with himself that he didn't come up with that ball, but that's a tough play. Hit off the heel of his glove. He kind of lost it for a second, and then Garver, once he loses it, there's no shot at Garver at first base.
So a huge spot now. Cal Raleigh, who has 2 hits and a walk today, including a 2-run double, comes up. First pitch, low ball 1. Raleigh is turned around to bat from the right side. Switch hitting catcher has hit left-handed all of today. 1-0. Bounce foul, 1-1. Raleigh's career, he's been far more effective as a left-handed hitter than a right-handed hitter. On-base plus slugging differs by nearly 100 points, but he's still got the ability to do damage as a right-handed hitter. 22 career home runs from the right side. The 1-1. Outside, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, 22 homers career and 2 home runs this year already from the right side for Cal Raleigh.
Mitch Garver on first base, 2 outs, 3-3 game, top of the 7th. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Raleigh down to a knee on a big breaking curveball there. 2-2. Raleigh asks for time, adjusting his batting gloves. Now picks up his bat and walks back into the righty box. Taps the back of the plate, twirls it around, the bat it is, and looks out at Little. 2 outs, the 2-2. Hit on the ground to shortstop, right at Bichette. He'll go the short way to second, and that ends the inning. Mariners tie it up, though, on a solo shot by Ben Williamson. His first Major League home run makes it 3-3 at the 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are here on Sportsnet.
The wait is over.
Round 1 begins with 5 Canadian teams in the hunt for Lord Stanley.
Away we go.
The Leafs take on the Senators.
Battle of Ontario.
The Capitals versus the Canadiens.
They're on their feet in Montreal.
The Jets against the Blues.
Winnipeg, this could be the year.
The Kings versus the Oilers.
Edmonton and Los Angeles rekindled a rivalry.
Watch the Stanley Cup playoffs.
It's showtime.
Only on Sportsnet. Here for the Cup.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today, and your car can be gone tomorrow.
Guess who just bundled their home and auto with Desjardins Insurance?
Well, look at you, all grown up and saving money.
Yes, I am.
Mom told you to do it, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Switch and you could save up to 35% on home insurance when you bundle home and auto. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Roddy rocks the ball to left field. The Blue Jays have gone back-to-back-to-back.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
3-3 ball game, bottom of the 7th. This 7th inning brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth alongside Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman, and it'll be a new pitcher into the game for the Mariners. Casey Lagumina is into the game, making his 3rd appearance of the season and his 20th of his major league career. In this 3-3 game, he comes on to take on a 4-5-6 in the Blue Jay order. Andres Jimenez, George Springer, Alejandro Kirk. Jimenez 3 for 3 today. Here's the pitch. Called strike. This pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. The wind in the 0-1. High and outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Legumina with some appearances each of the last 2 years with the Cincinnati Reds. Four-seamer change slider for the righty. 1-1. Pitch is low, 2 balls, 1 strike.
This is a really high leverage situation for Legumina. Like you said, only 19 career games, 24 innings in the big leagues.
The 2-1. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
He does have a big fastball. That last fastball is 96 miles an hour, but you have to imagine that heart is racing. He's trying to slow himself down, so you got to put some pressure on him here in this inning.
Second reliever out of the Mariner pen. The wind in the 2-2. Fouled off. Well, it's a tough spot for Dan Wilson. Coming into the series, Andres Munoz, the closer, had gone back-to-back days. Trent Thornton, setup man, had gone back-to-back days. Gabe Spire, the lone lefty, had gone back-to-back days. Carlos Vargas had gone back-to-back days. 2-2. Line foul off to the left out of play. And so, not saying that all of those guys are unavailable, but in general, he's got a very tired bullpen.
Yeah, especially this early in the season. You don't know where your guys out in April.
Already had to make some moves to accommodate yesterday. 2-2. Lined foul again. This one into the screen down the left field line. Some new baseballs. Let's quickly peek at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard. Yankees up on the Rays 6-1. Orioles up on the Reds 5-3. No score. Red Sox, White Sox 2-2. Jimenez takes it just outside. Ball 3. All of our out of town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. 3-3 game. Blue Jays and Mariners bottom 7. The payoff pitch. Fouled off once more. 9 pitches already for Casey Legumina without an out recorded here in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, Jimenez is doing a good job of fouling off tough pitches. Legumina is trying to elevate that fastball, that good mid-90s fastball. And
3-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Located that time. 96 up.
Yeah, that was the one right there. The one that's just above the strike zone, just high enough to miss that barrel, and he did it right there.
So 1 out and George Springer up to the plate. Casey Legumina traded to the Mariners before the season after he was DFA'd in January by the Cincinnati Reds. The pitch to George Springer. Skips away off the glove of Raleigh into the backstop. Ball 1. Reds brought in Austin Hayes, the former Oriole and Philly, on a free agent deal. They needed 40-man space. DFA'd Legumina, traded for cash to the Mariners. Now in a big spot is 1-0. Up and in, ball 2. Righty works from the first base side of the rubber. Steps to the left, kicks and deals. And the 2-0 is inside, ball 3.
I give George Springer the green light here. I'm sure Legumina's trying to throw a strike here. He doesn't want that go-ahead run on first base.
2 home runs for Springer. The 3-0. Swing and a miss. He unloaded on that fastball but missed it. 3-1.
That's not a bad idea. Just didn't quite get the location on that fastball that he wanted. If that was on the inner third, I'm sure this is a 4-3 ball game.
The 3-1 pitch. High, ball 4, and Springer takes a walk. Every base runner huge at this moment. The Blue Jays have the go-ahead run on first in George Springer.
George Springer has 2 stolen bases this season, so I wouldn't be shocked if he tries to swipe second base here.
Swiped a team high 16 last year and 20 the year before that. Legumina from the stretch for the first time. Deals to Alejandro Kirk. Outside, ball 1. The righty Legumina has been wild, so maybe they just let him pitch right now and see if he can get in the zone. He's thrown 8 strikes and 8 balls. Here's 1-0. Called strike. Got right down the middle there with the heater. 1-1.
Yeah, that might have been his best pitch. Slowed it down just a little bit, 93 miles an hour, not trying to overthrow, and he threw a great fastball on the inner third.
Righty's 1-1. Outside ball 2. I was wondering if he was a little amped up because he averaged 93 on his four-seamer last year. He came into this game throwing 95, 96. Big spot for the right-handed pitcher. 20th major league appearance. 2-1. Broken bat roller to second base. Moore circles around it. Flips to second for 1. Back to first. Inning-ending double play. 4-6-3. The Mariners turn it, and we go to the 8th inning. Still a tie ball game. 3-3 between the Blue Jays and Mariners. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, do you ever wonder how life might look if you'd saved a little more? Well, April is Financial Literacy Month, and Planned to AT is here to help. We're a nonprofit helping young people improve their futures through financial wellness education. Our fun, simple workshops help students build healthy money habits and get them ready for the workforce. Text PTAT to 26989 to learn how you and your company can get involved. That's PTAT to 26989.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app. Blue Jays fans, your manager, John Schneider, joins MLB Network Radio every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Our bats have been really kind of the way we envisioned them. Jimenez has kind of picked up where he left off in spring, as has Bo Bichette, Alejandro Kirk, and George Springer is making progress and kind of quieting some people down on the outside with the start he got off to.
Managers at the mic on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
Blue Jays fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Blue Jays.
Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Tom Young, and Derek Brandeo, our technical directors. 3-3 game, top of the 8th at Rogers Center, and a pitching change for the Blue Jays. They'll bring on the right-hander Nick Sandlin. This pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 10th appearance for the side-arming righty Sandlin, about a 2.5 ERA. 2 earned runs in 7 innings of work. The walk's a little bit high, 4 walks and 2 hit batters, but he struck out 8 in those 7 innings. He will take on the middle third of the Seattle order, 4-5-6, starting with the cleanup hitter, Randy Arozarena. Arozarena's 0 for 3 today with a 16-game on-base streak on the line. Sandlin rocks and offers. Slider outside, ball 1.
And you'll probably see a heavy dose of those sliders, especially in a 3-3 ball game, trying to stay away from right-handed hitters with it.
1-0. Slider again outside, 2-0. After Arozarena, left-handed hitters Luke Raley and Rowdy Tellez come up. All 3 of these batters hit for low averages but big power. 2-0 offering. Called a strike, front door slider, and it's 0-1. Or pardon me, 2-1. Bearded righty Sandlin sets, hunched over, knees bent. He kicks and offers. Fastball in there, strike 1,
Good
right
pitch.
on the outside edge.
That's a great pitch. You could tell Arozarena kind of was getting comfortable with the slider, and then all of a sudden he snuck in that fastball in the outside corner.
Sandlin now waving off his sign, has what he wants and sets. Glove pressed against his chest. The 2-2. Slider hit on the ground, foul, wide of third.
And that's the the important thing when thinking about, am I throwing too many sliders in a row? You have to mix in a fastball at some point, whether it's inside, outside, it doesn't matter. You have to change speeds, and then you can come back to the slider again.
Another 2-2. Slider again, and it's hit foul into the backstop.
This might be a scary pitch, but a sinker in would probably get a Rosarena here. But then you risk leaving it on the inner third, him kind of guessing right, him barreling it up, and that's why I say that's a scary pitch.
Has a splitter as well, which he will throw right on right. Sandlin's 2-2. Hit on a soft line to third and caught by Clement as he was standing on the foul chalk. 1 out.
And that was the splitter. They were trying to go down and in, and he kind of left it over the middle. Luckily enough, it ran just far enough in on the handle of a Rosarena, and he got jammed.
Yeah, technically a liner, but hit at only 63 miles an hour off the bat. A routine play for Clement. And now 1 out with Luke Rallia. Expect a lot of splitters now against the left-handed hitter. The pitch. Lined foul, and Eric Young Jr., the first base coach, sitting down quickly. That ball was lined right at his head, but he got out of the way. 0-1.
Yeah, he's an athlete.
He is. Ten-year player in the big leagues. Now coaching first for the Mariners. Here's the 0-1. Check swing. Pitch was outside. Appeal down to third, and he did go. It's 0-2.
Didn't look like it from up here, but Jansen Visconti with the confident swing call over there at third base.
1 out, base is empty. 3-3 game, top of the 8th. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on a splitter below the knees. 2 down.
There's that great split finger to lefties. That's why he's right-handed, but that's why he's so effective against left-handed hitters. That's the equalizer right there. Beautiful pitch.
2 outs now, base is empty. 3-3 game with Rowdy Tellez at the plate. Another right-on-left matchup. Sandlin looking in, shrugs the shoulders, now kicks and offers. First pitch cut on and missed, strike 1. Quick peek at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard. Still the Yankees up on the Rays and the Orioles up on the Reds. Boston has taken a 3-0 advantage over the White Sox on a 3-run homer by Rafael Devers. 0-1 to Tellez. Swing and a miss. Had him out in front again on the slider. 0-2.
It's almost like Rowdy Tellez is expecting that splitter, something to move away from him. Then you throw that slider and just tie him up.
No balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, base is empty. 3-3 game, top of the 8th. Sandlin sets. Looking into the glove of Kirk, the righty, kicks and deals. Low ball 1. Tripled up on the slider, threw it way low of the zone, somewhere Tellez couldn't do any damage.
I highly doubt he'll throw 4 in a row, but I've been fooled before.
Also has 2 fastballs and a splitter. The 1-2. Went outside with the splitter, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sandlin kicks and deals. Called strike 3. Froze him on a fastball at the knees. And Nick Sandlin pitches a 1-2-3, top of the 8th. Still a tie game. Blue Jays 3, Mariners 3, with Toronto hitting next in the bottom of the 8th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart. Locally owned, proudly Canadian. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Law & Order Thursday on City TV.
We're charging him with manslaughter.
3 Law & Orders on one epic night.
It was premeditated. It was planned.
Law & Order at 8.
He told me to. Is not a legal defense against murder.
SVU at 9.
Covering his ass, I'd start thinking about your own.
Followed by the new season of Law & Order Toronto Criminal Intent at 10.
Nothing justifies murder. How about we start with the truth?
Law & Order Thursday, all new, 8/7 Central on City TV.
Hey, this is Kevin Gosman. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. 3-3 ball game. Blue Jays and Mariners, bottom of the 8th inning, and a new pitcher for Seattle. Carlos Vargas into the game. His pitch to Alan Rodin is chopped on the ground to second. Fielded chest high. Dylan Moore throw to first. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Well, Carlos Vargas is another guy that's relatively inexperienced out of that Mariners bullpen. Just 16 career innings coming into this ball game. So again, you have to imagine that he's amped up. That heart rate is probably high. To put some pressure on him, even with 1 out in this inning.
Third time Vargas pitches in the last 4 days. His pitch now to Ernie Clement is lined up the middle, a base hit into center. Clement with a single, and the Blue Jays have the go-ahead run on first. By the way, this pitching change for the Mariners brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. And 2 pitches into the change, Ernie Clement comes up with his 3rd hit today.
And he does have 1 stolen base this season. We've seen him take bags. He's a very good base stealer. Not the fastest guy out there, but he's very smart on the bases. I wouldn't be surprised if he at least tries to swipe second here.
Pinch hitter for the Blue Jays, Addison Barger, is off the bench and in for Miles Straw. Bulky left-handed hitter with an open stance looks out at Vargas. And a throw over to first. Clement dives back in safe. I think he was going. He took a step to second before he dove back to first.
Yeah, they had him leaning towards second base.
Clement takes a solid lead once again. 3.5 steps off first, and the pitch is hit high left field. Backpedaling Arozarena, he's got a lot of space and makes the catch about 10 feet in front of the track. 2 down. So Ernie Clement still on first base, still a 3-3 game, bottom of the 8th inning, and Bo Bichette coming up to the plate. Now with 2 outs, are you really looking for Clement to take off?
I think so, just because a base hit isn't going to score him from first base, and if you get to second base, you can score on a base hit. You can score on one of Bo Bichette's patented broken bat base hits.
The pitch. Bichette taken all the way, takes low ball 1.
But then again, you have to ask yourself, do you want to take that chance with Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Anthony Santander coming up, especially with a rookie on the mound?
Bichette 1 for 3, an RBI single and a walk. Vargas rocks and offers and misses inside, nearly clipped Bichette with that fastball. That was a cutter at 93. It's 2-0.
And it doesn't seem like Ernie Clement really has the desire to try to take second base here with Bo Bichette at the plate.
The righty Vargas, by the way, sinker, cutter, slider, every once in a while a 4-seamer or a change. His 2-0. On the outside edge, or rather more bottom middle, called a strike, 2-1. Vargas, initially an international signing by Cleveland out of the Dominican Republic in 2016. Had Tommy John before 2021, dealt to the D-backs before 2023. 2-1 pitch. Bichette hits it foul, 2-2. Second year with the Mariners organization. And another guy, like you said, not a lot of experience in a very big spot in this 3-3 game. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. Go-ahead run and Ernie Clement on first base. Bo Bichette at the plate and a 2-2 count. Vargas sets at the belt. Now he rocks and deals. Clement takes off. Pitch high and outside. Throw down to second. In time to get him. The throw tailed toward right center, but give credit to Dylan Moore, who snared it and seemed to tag Clement on the ankle. The Blue Jays are peering back in to their video center right now. They will not do anything. That's a caught stealing to end the inning. So we go to the 9th in a tie game. 3-3 is the score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
From the roots of Motown and R&B to the groovy rhythms of the 70s. Music icon Smokey Robinson is delivering his very own channel of 60s and 70s soul hits and stories of his career.
Hey, it's Smokey Robinson. Music is my life.
Whether you're cruising or just vibing at home, let your soul shine with Smokey's Soul Town. Channel 74 and at home on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
VSiN, the sports betting network, is back on SiriusXM. Go to channel 158 for informed wagering and fantasy advice from familiar voices like Gil Alexander, Paulie Howard, and Mitch Moss. Plus, SiriusXM mainstays Adam Shine, Rich Gannon, and the guru, John Hansen. We're getting you ready for the upcoming games with a finger on the pulse of the latest news and the moving lines and odds. VSiN, the sports betting network, is now on SiriusXM 158 and on the SiriusXM app.
Baseball is back. It's former general manager Jim Duquette, and every Sunday on the front office, we have you covered on everything happening across Major League Baseball.
That's right, Duke. It's former big league GM Jim Bowden. Injuries, extensions, promotions, demotions, and trades. We'll have you covered on all the news.
We'll bring you the front office perspective as the season heats up.
Front office with Jim Duquette and Jim Bowden, Sundays at 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Hi, this is Alexa. Did you know you can listen to this game on devices with Amazon Alexa? Download the SiriusXM app, then tell me to play the Blue Jays on SiriusXM.
And the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. 3-3 game as we head to the 9th inning. Blue Jays and Mariners, game 2 of this series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. New pitcher for the Blue Jays is Chad Green. He enters to face the bottom third of the Mariner order, starting with Dylan Moore. Righty's pitch. Swing and a miss. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Oh-1 to Dylan Moore. Squares to bunt, pulls it back, takes a slider down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I don't know if that was just a show-me bunt there, but Ernie Clement was playing way back.
Moore is pretty speedy. The 1-1. Swinging away, he hits the ball in the air to center field. Alan Rodin out there now. He runs into the gap in left center, makes the catch. 1 out. New outfield alignment after Miles Straw was lifted for Addison Barger in the bottom of the 8th. Barger into right field. Santander moves from right to left. So he's the left fielder now, Anthony Santander. And sliding from left field to center, Alan Rodin, who just made the catch. One out. Top of the 9th inning, the pitch to Ben Williamson. Called a strike, 0-1. Williamson with a double and a homer today. 2 runs scored, obviously an RBI. 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Williamson's homer off of Jose Berrios tied this game at 3, where we stand right now with 1 out in the top of the 9th. The pitch is in there. It was a slider at the top of the zone, which he'll throw more often than most. 1-2.
Yeah, and then he just mixes in that good 4-seamer at the top of the zone as well, or even above that strike zone.
Green kicks and deals. Ball lined back to the pitcher. It bounced before it got there, but he picks it up and underhand flips to first. 2 down. Nice play from Chad Green. That one bounced just in front of the plate and then skipped up above his head, but he was able to reel it in.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Andres Jimenez would have had Williamson at first base had that ball gotten by Chad Green. A nice play from him.
So 2 outs, top of the ninth. The pitch to J.P. Crawford is grounded foul, first base side, 0-1. Andres Munoz is warming up for Seattle, one of the most effective closers in Major League Baseball. It's a 3-3 game, top of the ninth. With 2 outs, the 0-1. Crawford takes it low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
If he does come into this ball game, though, he'll have to face Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Anthony Santander.
That's who's coming up for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the ninth. Crawford pops the ball up on the 1-1, and it's out of play foul, 1-2. Chad Green trying to get the Blue Jays to the bottom of the ninth in a 3-3 game. Bases empty, 2 down. The 9-hitter Crawford at the plate. Green kicks and deals. Fouled off to the left, still 1-2. Green tucks the ball into his glove. Kicks and deals. Up and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Good zip on the heater at 96, but just a little bit too high to entice a swing from Crawford. Righty's ready to go again. The 2-2. Baltimore chop a high bouncer to first. Guerrero gloves it, flips over the head of Green. Crawford is safe at first. Guerrero cut in front of Andres Jimenez, and I'm not sure they got him anyway, but maybe made that play just a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, no, even if Vladimir Guerrero Jr. throws a perfect underhand throw to Chad Green running to first base, they don't get J.P. Crawford. As soon as that ball bounced as high as it did, that was a base hit all the way.
So Crawford with an infield single and a big one, despite very weak contact there. He's the go-ahead run now on first base, and the top of the order coming up, it's Julio Rodriguez. Only thing I was thinking, and again, they probably don't get him, is Andres Jimenez could have charged that ball, and maybe Vlad goes to first. Still, I think Crawford beats it out.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of moving parts because Vlad got it and had to flip on the run over to Chad Green.
I think either way, it's a near impossible play.
You're right.
Especially with Chad Green moving and
speed of J.P. Crawford, who now leads off first after a mound visit from Kirk. 2 outs, 3-3 game, top of the ninth. The pitch to Julio Rodriguez is just outside, ball 1. Right-handed hitting Rodriguez entered as a pinch hitter in the 7th and struck out facing Brendan Little. 1-0. Outside again, 2-0. Rookie of the year in 2022, Rodriguez beat out Adley Rutschman that season. 2-0 pitch. Called strike, good slider.
There was that slider at the top of the strike zone. He's so good at throwing.
After 2 quick outs, an infield hit allowed by Green, so a runner on first. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Just beat him with 96 on the outer edge, 2-2.
He's shown some pretty good velo today. 95, 96 with that one. Perfectly located, too, at the top of the strike zone.
3-3 game, 2 outs, top of the ninth. The 2-2. Hit on the ground, up the middle. This is trouble and through into center field. Crawford around second. He'll stop there. That's another ball that was not hit all that hard, but it gets through. And Rodriguez has a single after the infield hit from Crawford.
Yeah, I think they were trying to go just a little bit higher than that. Well, no, they got it up there above that strike zone. You could see the disappointment on Chad Green's face. He made his pitch. And Julio Rodriguez was able to just find a hole up the middle.
Action in the Toronto pen. Yariel Rodriguez loosening up after 2 quick outs, 2 ground ball hits for the Mariners. Here's Mitch Garver. 3-3 game, the pitch. Called strike. Chad Green pitching in the 348th game of his major league career. 3rd season as a Blue Jay. Right-hander kicks and offers. And Garver takes down and away ball 1. Had 17 saves for Toronto last year, did Green. Pitching in the 9th here, not looking for a save, but rather to set up the Blue Jays with a chance to win it. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. How about 96 again to get ahead 1-2?
So much life, too. It's almost like it picked up another gear as it hit that dirt. Big pitch coming up here with that run at standing at second base.
Crawford on second, Rodriguez on first. Pete Walker just looking over his arms as he leans on the front of the railing watching his pitcher Green. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chad Green battles back to punch out Garver, and we go to the bottom of the 9th in a 3-3 game. Bichette, Guerrero, Santander to hit next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ Home Hardware and Building Center locations where
Cheers, baseball fans. Thank you so much for hanging out with us during the Blue Jays game today. Now's the time. I just had to stop the show during our commercial break and say thank you. We appreciate you being here, hanging out with us. And we're doing big things with SickKids Hospital in Toronto. Right now, we are getting ready for our Playoff Pulse campaign. We are live for our Playoff Pulse campaign, celebrating the NHL and NBA playoffs. And remember, last October, we did every game of the MLB playoffs, and we're going to do it again, hopefully this year, with our Blue Jays in the hunt for that beautiful trophy in October or November, depending on when the series ends. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for supporting our mission to support SickKids Hospital and the great work that they do at that amazing place in our home, downtown Toronto. We'll see you back in the chat. Cheers, Insiders. Let's go, Blue Jays.
For the Mariners, Andres Munoz is in. This pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 1 run will win it for Toronto. 3-3 game. And the pitch, pardon me, from the current pitcher still, Carlos Vargas, is in there. Strike 1. No pitching change for the Mariners. They remain with Vargas after warming up Munoz for a potential save in the top half. Vargas kicks and deals to Bichette. Swing and a bouncing ball left side. Sneaks past Crawford into left field. Leadoff single for Bo Bichette. And the Blue Jays have the winning run on first.
And like we talked about last inning, Carlos Vargas, the current pitcher for the Seattle Mariners, has only thrown in 17 innings in his major league career. So especially after giving up that base hit and now facing Vladimir Guerrero Jr., you know that heart is racing. You know the game is going to speed up on him. So if you're Bo Bichette, you do everything you can to put some pressure on him over there.
Second inning of work for Vargas. Gave up a single in the 8th. The pitch. Guerrero lines it to right. That's a base hit. Rolling into the glove of Mastroboni. Bichette up to second. Guerrero on first. And the Blue Jays now have the winning run in scoring position.
And if that heart wasn't racing before, I can guarantee it is now. First and second and nobody out with Anthony Santander coming to the plate.
Cal Raleigh is going to give some signals to his defense. But you can be almost sure there won't be a double steal and there won't be a bunch to cover here. It's Anthony Santander trying to win the game with a base hit. Bichette on second, Guerrero on first, nobody out. A win today would win the series for the Blue Jays. Vargas kicks and deals. First pitch strike, 0-1. Santander immediately turning back to Malachi Moore. That pitch appeared to be a little bit above the zone.
Yeah, that's a tough strike, especially 0-0 like that. Changes the at-bat, really.
Vargas set at the belt, the pitch. Called strike 0-2, and that a bit of a quick pitch from Vargas, who came set and you could argue balked as he went to the plate. It's been a little bit of a theme with Mariners pitching today.
Yeah, Santander is not happy right now. He literally just took that pitch. That was a fastball right down the middle, and he took it.
It's very debatable whether he came to a full stop in his set before that pitch. 0-2 count, first and second, nobody out. Vargas offers home. And Santander flips the ball out to left field. Arozarena under it, makes the catch. Runners hold at first and second, one out. So Santander sent down, but still an opportunity here for a Blue Jay to be a hero. First and second, one out, and Andres Jimenez is up. He's had a great day, 3 for 4.
Yeah, he came into the ball game today hitting 192, and now he sits at 221. A pretty good day for him.
A double, 2 singles, a stolen base, and a run scored for the left-handed hitting second baseman. Bichette the winning run on second with 1 out. The pitch. Down and in, ball 1. Vargas is 1-0. Fouled over the screen off to the left. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Hanging slider from Vargas. Andres Jimenez was right on it, just fouled it back.
Upper 90s heater for the right-hander is 1-1. Is a fastball outside at just 94 in his second inning of work. That was the cutter, though. It's 2-1. They warmed up the closer, Andres Munoz, decided to save him for a potential save situation. 3-3 game here, bottom of the 9th. 2 on, 1 out, the 2-1 pitch. Popped up, back of third. J.P. Crawford onto the left field turf. Infield fly rule in effect, and Crawford brings it in anyway. 2 outs.
Big pitch right there from Carlos Vargas. Made a couple of good pitches during that at-bat. Andres Jimenez with the pop-out, round number 2.
So the game will come down to this potentially. George Springer is about to hit, and before we get to that, Pete Woodworth will go out to the mound and talk to his right-hander Vargas.
Well, this is a good mound visit, especially with George Springer, who's obviously swinging the bat well. You have to calm your pitcher down. You have 2 outs in this inning. Get him to throw strike 1. You kind of get a game plan together. The winning run is standing on second base, so you guys have to come up with something out there. The whole infield is in on this meeting right now. I like that mound visit, especially with a young pitcher out there standing on the mound.
As much as Woodworth came out for the visit, it was really Cal Raleigh that was talking the most on that mound meeting. Now the infield disperses, and George Springer steps up. 0 for 3 today with a walk, and he can wipe all of that away with a base hit. Bo Bichette on second, Vlad Guerrero Jr. on first. They both singled to start the inning, but then a fly out and a pop fly have made it 2 outs. 3-3 game, bottom of the 9th. Vargas set, kicks and deals. Check swing by Springer, and he foul tipped it on the check swing. Strike 1.
100 miles an hour on that sinker. It's a pretty impressive arm out there from Vargas.
Averaging around 97 on that sinker this season. His 0-1. Rolling ball, left side of the infield, picked up at third by Williamson, and it's dug out on the throw to first by Tellez to end the inning. It looked like the Blue Jays were going to walk it off in the ninth. Instead, we have free baseball in Toronto. 3-3 game as we go to the 10th. Automatic runners on next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Springer started right, coming in, leaps and makes the catch full stretch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. The Blue Jays and Mariners tied at 3 as we head to the top of the 10th inning at the Rogers Center. Extras here at the Dome. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. For those interested in the continuing rehab of Dalton Varsho, he is going to play in a game later tonight with the Dunedin Blue Jays. The lineup's out. He will bat second and will DH in tonight's game. Trey Savage will be on the mound for Dunedin. First pitch goes in less than half an hour, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 3:30 Pacific. So we'll probably get the rest of these updates on how things went either tomorrow or on Monday, I am guessing, when John Schneider next speaks to the media. Also, the Stanley Cup playoffs basically about to get started very shortly at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific in Winnipeg. We'll have Blues at Jets. Puck drop of that game in mere moments on CBC and Sportsnet. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Blue Jays and Mariners tied at 3, top 10, automatic runner time. Here is Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. Pitching change for the Blue Jays brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Yariel Rodriguez into the game, and the Blue Jays right off the bat are going to intentionally walk Cal Raleigh, avoiding the most dangerous hitter in the lineup and making it first and second, nobody out.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that that's a no-brainer, but that's probably the smart decision. You set up the double play, you set up the force out at all 3 bases, and you bring up Randy Arozarena, who's a less scary hitter.
Who was not ready to hit, by the way. He was not ready to hit, just to let people know. He just sprinted out of the dugout, called his time to avoid a pitch clock violation. Why he wasn't on deck between innings is beyond me, but Arozarena, who got the benefit of a very long time as well, will now step up. First and second, nobody out. 3-3 game. Rodriguez peeks at second, deals home, and misses with a slider. Ball 1.
Arozarena was actually putting his batting gloves on as he was standing in the batter's box. I've actually never seen that before.
He's 0 for 4 today, Arozarena. Been on base each of the last 16 games he's played. 1-0. Check swing, foul tip. He thinks he was hit. Malachi Moore is called a strike. So it's 0-1. And by the way, on appeal, it was called a swing by Andy Fletcher. So even if the Mariners wanted to challenge and say he was hit by the pitch, he swung. So either way, Arozarena, who just got there in time, is going to have to go back and hit again. Pitch might have hit him on second look. Either way, he definitely swung.
Don't get me started on that one again, Ben.
The 1-1. Pitch called low, borderline at 97 near the knees, 2-1.
How about Yariel Rodriguez's velocity so far in this inning? 97, 98. I know that doesn't matter in this inning. You need to get outs, but the velocity is pretty impressive.
First and second, top of the 10th. The 2-1, swing and a miss. Arozarena stumbles over the plate, 2-2. You'd have to imagine that some guys are not available today, with Yariel Rodriguez stepping in here in the 10th. Jeff Hoffman has thrown near 20 pitches 2 out of the last 3 days. Jimmy Garcia's gone 2 out of the last 3 as well. 2-2. Down and in, ball 3.
And this is a big pitch coming up with nobody out in the inning. Runners on first and second. You definitely don't want to load the bases with nobody out.
Rodriguez kicks and offers. Called, strike 3. Slider right down the middle, and Arozarena walks back to the dugout. 1 out.
How about that pitch from Yariel Rodriguez? So much confidence in that pitch. In a 3-2 count, nobody out, runners on first and second. Why not flip that in there?
A really weird inning from the Mariners continues, as now after that out, they're going to pinch run for Mitch Garver. It's like they weren't ready in general, the first hitter of the inning or the spot to pinch run. I mean, maybe something about 1 out instead of no outs makes them want to make this move, but Leo Rivas is in. Mitch Garver is out. So Rivas at second, Raleigh at first, 1 out, and Luke Raley up to the plate. Yariel Rodriguez in the set, brings his glove up, looks at second and deals home. Foul tip, strike 1.
Luke Raley's got decent speed too, so the chances that you double him up aren't that great. A strikeout here would be a big thing for Yariel Rodriguez.
Right on left, the 0-1. Down and in, 1 ball, 1 strike. A lot of looks back at second from Yariel Rodriguez. Keeping an eye on Leo Rivas, the lead runner. One count, 1 out. Rodriguez kicks and offers and misses down and in, ball 2.
Well, Luke Raley's left-handed, so the lane is wide open to third base in terms of Alejandro Kirk throwing. So it's an easier throw for Alejandro Kirk. I would say that Rivas doesn't steal in this situation, but you never know.
2-1 pitch. Fouled back, and that'll land into the 200 level seats. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Also, I think after the Mariners ran into 4 outs in important spots yesterday, I think 50-50 steal plays, they're not going to go.
If Addison Barger was catching right now, there's no way he steals.
3-3 game, top of the 10th, the 2-2. High, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Another big pitch coming up here. 1 out in this inning. Runners on first and second. Again, you don't want to load the bases with just 1 out.
Raley is patient. He's walked twice in this game. He's also grounded out and struck out. First and second, 1 down. Rodriguez looks at second, kicks and offers, and misses well outside. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded. After getting to 2-2, 2 big misses, nothing that was going to entice Raley.
Yeah, on a positive note, Rowdy Tellez is an easy double play. So if you get a ground ball, you're likely out of this inning. Force out at every base. There's a lot of positives, but on the flip side, you have to throw strikes. You cannot walk Rowdy Tellez.
And Tellez can leave the yard at any time. Also liable to hit a fly ball. Infield is playing in. 1 out, the pitch. Tellez lines it foul, 0-1. Bases are loaded. 1 out. 3-3 game, top of the 10th. Rowdy Tellez 0 for 4 today. A fielder's choice, 2 strikeouts, and a fly out to center. The 0-1. Hit on the ground to second. Picked up by Bichette. Flips to second for 1. Jimenez to first. Double play! How do you like that? Yariel Rodriguez gets the contact on the ground, and the Blue Jays escape the bases-loaded jam. Still 3-3 as we go to the bottom of the 10th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware. the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
That ball is gone. Third home run in 4 batters for the Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. The Jays and Mariners still tied at 3 as we head to the bottom of the 10th inning here at the Rogers Center. Extras continuing under a closed roof. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. Daniele Franceschi is here with me. He and I have the post-game show from the Rogers Center. We'll take your calls and your texts this evening, and we'll throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. If you want to start getting those texts in now, 590-590, name and location is where you can do so, and I see a whole bunch here already. So again, calls and texts with Daniele Franceschi and myself, Show Ali, once this game is in the books. Blue Jays Baseball brought to you, as always, by Crown Rust Protection. Jays and M's tied at 3, bottom 10. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. New pitcher for the Mariners. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Winning run is the automatic runner. George Springer on second. Alejandro Kirk up to the plate for the Blue Jays. New pitcher is Edward Bizardo. Right-hander with a mid-6s ERA. Looks at second, deals home, and misses down and away, ball 1. 60th Major League appearance in the career of Bizardo. He's been a Red Sox. He's been an Oriole. This is his 3rd season with the Mariners. His 1-0. Called strike.
The ERA from Bizardo is just a little bit inflated because he gave up 4 earned runs in 1 inning in his last outing against Cincinnati. It's tough out there as a reliever.
Does have 5 walks, though, in 11 and a third innings. His 1-1. Hit foul 1 and 2.
At minimum here, you have to move the runner over. If you're Alejandro Kirk, you can't strike out. You have to at least put the ball on the ground to the right side and move George Springer from second base to third base with 1 out in this inning.
If you are wondering why potentially Kirk didn't bunt, he has never sacrificed in his Major League career. The 1-2. High, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Springer on second, nobody out. The 2-2. Outside, ball 3. Good take by Kirk.
Really good take. Also, Alejandro Kirk is good at going the other way. Whether it's a base hit or not, that's a different conversation. But he puts the bat on the ball and goes the other way, and that'll move George Springer to third base.
A look back at second, the 3-2. Hit foul again. Slap that one over the netting right side.
Good job just fouling that pitch off. Pretty good breaking ball. Slider from Bizardo.
Bizardo leads with the slider, has a mid-90s 4-seamer and sinker, also a splitter and cutter. His payoff pitch. Hit on the ground, past the dive of the pitcher to the second baseman, Moore. That'll advance the runner as Moore throws to first. George Springer up to third base, and a big applause as the crowd recognizes the job done there by Kirk.
Yep, just as good as a bunt. I think John Schneider knew that. Like you said, he's never sack bunted in his career, so it's tough for a guy that's never bunted to do that, but he goes to the right side a lot, and now the Mariners have to bring that infield in with George Springer standing at third base.
A medium-depth fly ball can win it for the Blue Jays. Alan Rodin, the rookie, is the scheduled hitter. Cal Raleigh out to the mound, a pat on the back of Edward Bizzardo. The entire infield is going to come in as Raleigh talks to his pitcher and probably his infielders as well about how they want to do this.
How about Alejandro Kirk, though, doing everything he could not to strike out there, get the bat to the ball, kind of just hit a little cue shot to second base. Bizzardo actually ended up on the dirt trying to dive for that ball. He knew how big that ground ball to the right side is. It'll move that runner to third base, but couldn't come up with it.
The Blue Jays, the top team in Major League Baseball in scoring runners from third with less than 2 outs. They need to do that here to win the game. 3-3, bottom of the 10th. 1 out, Springer on third. And with the infield in, Bizzardo comes set. Righty offers to Allen Roden. Swing and a chopper foul. First base side 0-1. Outfield is in as well as anything deep would score Springer. Next pitch is in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Good take from Allen Roden. A tough slider in the dirt. As a young player, you're antsy. You want to be the guy. You want to be the hero with that winning run standing at third base. A good take from him.
Bizzardo's 1-1. Popped up, back of second. Dylan Moore under it. And he'll make the catch. A huge out for Edward Bizzardo and the Mariners. There are 2 down.
I mean, that's about best case scenario if you're Bizzardo standing on that mound. Nice little easy pop-up to second base.
And it's not like Roden went after a pitch he shouldn't have. That was a hanging slider down the middle. He just got out in front of it.
Yeah, I think Bizzardo got lucky there. That was a hanging slider.
So 2 down. Still a chance to be the hero. Ernie Clement up to the plate. 3 for 4. And a base hit would win it for the Blue Jays. The pitch. Downstairs, maybe a little outside. Ball 1. Infield and outfield have backed up once again. They're playing heavily to the pull in the infield, so a lot of room the opposite way for Ernie Clement. 1-0. In the dirt, blocked by Raleigh to save the game. 2 balls, no strikes.
And if you're George Springer at third base, you're ready for that pass ball, that wild pitch. Cal Raleigh doing a good job smothering that baseball.
Bizzardo hunched, looking in for the sign. Now comes set. The 2-0. Swing and a fly ball right field. Backing up Mastroboni. He'll get under it and make the catch. And we will go to the 11th inning. The Blue Jays leave the winning run on third, still 3-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hey, this is Bo Bichette. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Scary, spooky, hilarious, crazy, scary, spooky.
Back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at the Rogers Center, where the Blue Jays and Mariners are still tied at 3 as we head to the top of the 11th. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The Stanley Cup playoffs officially underway. The Blues taking on the Jets right now in Winnipeg. It's on CBC and Sportsnet. Zeros right now in the first period. We'll also get Avalanche at Stars at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 Pacific, which will also be on CBC and Sportsnet. Blue Jays Baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. The Jays and Mariners still tied at 3 here at the top of the 11th inning at the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Rowdy Tellez will be the automatic runner starting on second base in the top of the 11th. 3-3 game. Still Yariel Rodriguez for the Blue Jays. Dylan Moore squares to bunt, pulls it back, takes a pitch just a hair low for ball one. It's the bottom third of the Mariner order. Typically, the team hitting first does not sacrifice a guy over, but perhaps with 7, 8, 9 up, Dan Wilson wants to play it safer. Corners creeping in. The 1-0. Moore squares and bunts it foul on the line. 1-1. More than Ben Williamson and J.P. Crawford. 2 up for Seattle. 1-1. Moore squares again. Pulls it back. Snap throw back to second, and Tellez dives back in.
You have to wonder if the Mariners are playing for one run. Does that mean that Andres Munoz is coming into the ball game? They plan on using him regardless, and they think that he can shut it down.
He is warming up.
I would imagine that's the plan.
Second time that Munoz has been up today. 2-1. Moore squaring once more. Pulls it back, takes a strike, and he might not have the opportunity to bunt. It's 2-2.
Yeah, he's not going to bunt with 2 strikes here, especially a guy like Dylan Moore.
Moore 0 for 4 today, but entered hitting well over 300. 2-2. Called strike 3. Sinker on the outside edge at 97 miles an hour. 1 down.
Such a good pitch. Malachi Moore, the home plate umpire, took a little bit longer than I would have liked making that call. But a great sinker right on the outside part of the plate from Yariel Rodriguez. A huge out in this inning.
Second inning of work in extras for Rodriguez. Ben Williamson is up. A double and a homer, 2 for 4 today. The pitch. Breaking ball in there. Gets ahead 0-1.
And now with Ben Williamson, who's already hit a double and a home run in this ball game, you have to expand. You're ahead in the count 0-1. Do not throw him anything hittable.
The pitch. Hit foul, 0-2. Rowdy Tellez on second base, representing the go-ahead run. 3-3 game, top of the 11th. Rodriguez kicks and deals, and it's fouled away. Somehow, Williamson covered about half a foot outside.
Alejandro Kirk liked that pitch. He was nodding his head after Williamson fouled that ball off. I'd go up with a fastball here. Do not give him a chance to get anything to the outfield.
Rodriguez tucks the ball into his glove, brings it up to his chin. A look at second, and the 0-2. High fastball, but a little bit too high, taken for ball 1.
The only thing why I shy away from a breaking ball here that's not in the dirt is because he can get his barrel to it and he can just float something into the outfield. Then you score that run from second base.
1-2. Popped up, shallow right center field. Barger charging in. He'll make the catch. And Tellez knows better this time. He stays at second base with 2 down.
Nice slider there from Yariel Rodriguez. 2 important outs in this inning.
Still 1 more big out to get, though. 3-3, top of the 11th. Rodriguez has recorded 5 outs in extra innings. He walked the tightrope in the 10th. He's looked a little bit more comfortable here in the 11th. He deals to the number 9 hitter, J.P. Crawford. Fastball fouled away, 0-1.
How about that one? A 4-seam fastball at 98.2 miles an hour. You love to see that.
Tellez still on second, representing the go-ahead run. With 2 down, the 0-1. Hit on the ground to first. Guerrero picks it up. He'll take it to the bag himself. And it's another scoreless inning in extras for Yariel Rodriguez. Barger, Bichette, Guerrero to hit for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 11th. 3-3 game. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Berrios smashes the ball to right field. It's gone!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. The Jays and Mariners tied at 3 as we head to the bottom of the 11th inning at the Rogers Center. Extras continuing here at the Dome. And don't forget, we will eventually have Jays Talk whenever it happens. We'll be with Daniele Franceschi and myself. We're here at the Rogers Center. He and I have the post-game show. We'll take your calls and your texts this evening. Keep the text coming. 590-590. Name and location, please. The People's Text line is always open for your texting pleasure. Standard data and messaging rates may apply. I see a whole bunch here already, but we'll get to all of your texts and all of your phone calls as well. And I'll throw out the numbers for you to call once this game is in the books. Blue Jays Baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. We're still tied at 3 for the Blue Jays and Mariners. Bottom 11 at the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, show. A pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Winning run on second is Ernie Clement. Pitching change, Andres Munoz, the closer into the game for the Mariners, and a pinch hitter for the Blue Jays, Nathan Lucas in for Addison Barger. We and the Mariners expecting a sacrifice bunt. Munoz to the righty, sets, and an inside move to second. Lucas squared for a moment, so that's Munoz there, just confirming that Nathan Lucas will indeed bunt.
And keep in mind, it is very difficult to hit against Munoz, but it's also difficult to bunt against Munoz.
Four-seamer, sinker, slider for the righty. His pitch. Lucas squares, pulls it back, pitches low. Ball 1.
Actually, probably the easiest pitch to bunt there. A changeup that's going down. And essentially, if you get that bat to the baseball, it's just going to go right to the ground. A perfect job.
1-0 is bunted back to the mound, picked up by Munoz. He'll throw on to first. Ernie Clement advances to third. And for the second straight inning, the Blue Jays have the winning run 90 feet away with 1 out.
I'm actually curious as to why they were throwing changeups in that situation. A changeup is easier to bunt than his really good fastball. I don't know.
Maybe the Mariners willing to just take the 3 out there and trust Munoz for a strikeout, but he'll have to do it against Bo Bichette. Speedy Ernie Clement on third. Medium depth fly ball should win the game. Infield in, the pitch to Bichette. Swing and a miss, strike 1. He was looking to do a whole lot more than hit a fly ball.
Big swing from Bo Bichette trying to end this ball game.
The 0-1. Lined foul, ricocheting off the netting into the first base dugout. 0-2.
99 miles an hour from Munoz. He's got that big fastball.
He averages 99 on the four-seamer. That was a 99-mile-per-hour sinker. With 1 out, the 0-2. Down and away, stopped by Raleigh to save the game. Ball 1. Three, bottom of the 11th. No one has scored since the 7th inning. 1 out, Clement on third. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the breaking ball, down and away, 2 outs.
It's a tough breaking ball, but that breaking ball started off the plate. It was a ball out of the hand. Big strikeout for Munoz and the Mariners.
Munoz not out of the woods yet, though. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hits for the Blue Jays with 2 outs. No, he won't. They're going to intentionally walk him. Fans don't love it, but this is by far the logical move. Guerrero doesn't matter at all as a base runner now. The winning run's on third, so you avoid him with 2 outs.
And a lot of the time, teams will intentionally walk Santander as well. I don't love that move because that means that as a pitcher, you have to be perfect and you don't have the opportunity to walk someone if necessary. But I've seen it a bunch of times. They'll just load the bases and face a guy like Andrés Giménez.
Well, Dan Wilson, the manager, is walking out, and I wonder if he's in conversation right now with his pitcher, maybe asking Munoz, what would you prefer, face Santander or go bases loaded with Giménez?
I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. I would much rather face Andrés Giménez, although he's had a pretty solid day at the plate. But again, I don't love walking the bases loaded just because there's nowhere to put Andrés Giménez if you happen to walk him.
They are going to face Anthony Santander, who singled in the first run of this game in the first inning. That feels like ages ago now. He's 1 for 5 on the day. A base hit would win it for the Blue Jays. First and third, 2 outs, 3-3, bottom of the 11th. Munoz leaning in, sets, glove beside his right cheek, and the righty deals home. Guerrero takes off, the pitch is hit on the ground, up the middle. Moore backhands the second baseman and throws on to first to end the inning. How about a 12th? We'll be back in a moment from Rogers Center. 3-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are here on Sportsnet.
The wait is over.
Round 1 begins with 5 Canadian teams in the hunt for Lord Stanley.
Away we go.
The Leafs take on the Senators.
Battle of Ontario.
The Capitals versus the Canadiens.
They're on their feet in Montreal.
The Jets against the Blues.
Winnipeg, this could be the year.
The Kings versus the Oilers.
Edmonton and Los Angeles rekindled a rivalry.
Watch the Stanley Cup playoffs.
It's showtime.
Only on Sportsnet. Here for the Cup.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today, and your car can be gone tomorrow.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Middle lane fastball, but he puts it by Cruz. 2 down.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. The Jays and Mariners are tied at 3 as we head to the top of the 12th here at the Rogers Center. Extras continuing in downtown Toronto. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Some check of the NBA playoffs. Bucks and Pacers goes to Indiana, which thumped Milwaukee 117-98. They take a 1-0 series lead. Pascal Siakam, 25 points on 10 of 15 shooting from the field. He had 7 rebounds as well. Clippers at Nuggets. That game just ended. Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets outlasting Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers 112-110, the final score in overtime. Jokic had 29 points, 12 assists, and 9 rebounds in the win. And right now, Pistons at Knicks is going on at Madison Square Garden in New York. The Knicks currently leading the Pistons 18-13 with about 4.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Blue Jays Baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, show. New pitcher for the Blue Jays, Jacob Barnes. Runner on second, J.P. Crawford. 3-3, top of the 12th. And Barnes facing the top of the order. His pitch to Julio Rodriguez is outside, ball 1. Some defensive changes because Addison Barger was taken out for Nathan Lucas. Lucas into center. Santander goes back to right from left field, and Rodin returns to left. He was just in center. 1-0. Fouled off by Rodriguez. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And unlike last inning for the Mariners when Rowdy Tellez was standing at second base to start the inning, J.P. Crawford, who's a burner out there, would easily score on anything hit to the outfield.
Tough spot here for Jacob Barnes, facing the top third of the order, guaranteed. Righties 1-1. In the dirt, good block from Kirk, 2-1. By far the highest leverage appearance that Barnes has had for the Blue Jays this year. Typically more of a long man, but it appears Hoffman, Garcia, and Fluharty are down today for Toronto. Barnes looks back at second, the 2-1. Hit in the air, center field. Ranging back, Lucas. Going to the back to tag Crawford. Lucas makes the catch. Crawford looking to advance. Lucas's throw. Loops in a little bit late. It was online, but J.P. Crawford advances to third now with one out.
Yeah, Nathan Lucas did everything he could. Got behind that baseball. Threw the ball as far as he could, but J.P. Crawford easily took third base.
So now the infield in for the Blue Jays. And if you're Jacob Barnes, you're looking for a strikeout here. Leo Rivas is going to hit for the first time in the game. Came on as a pinch runner in the 10th. Rivas 1 for 9 on the season. The pitch. Outside, ball 1.
Yeah, strikeout would be best case scenario. Worst case scenario, if you still get an out and J.P. Crawford's still at third base, is just to pop up to the infield. That's why I like the fastball above the strike zone.
1-0. Called strike. Flipped in the slider there at the knees to even up the count. Blue Jays have used Berrios as the starter, Little, Sandlin, Green, Yariel Rodriguez, and Jacob Barnes. 3-3, top of the 12th. The 1-1. Fastball in there at 91. Backdoor cutter, froze him, and it's 1-2.
You can see Rivas is really choked up on that bat. Obviously, he's just trying to get the bat on the ball and poke something through the infield, which is drawn in.
Barnes ahead 1-2. The righty kicks and offers and misses low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Both teams have had numerous opportunities to score in extra innings. Runner on third, 1 down. The 2-2 to Rivas. High, ball 3.
Cal Raleigh's standing in that on-deck circle.
Barnes sets. And the 3-2. Just low, ball 4. Could have gone either way. It did look a hair low of the strike box. And for Rivas, that's a well-earned walk.
Yeah, Malachi Moore had a good call there. Obviously, the crowd didn't agree with him. Pete Walker is going to go have a talk with Jacob Barnes. They're probably just going to get a game plan together here, especially with Cal Raleigh standing in that batter's box now.
I'm not sure they don't walk Cal Raleigh still. It's a little controversial. It would load the bases with 1 out. But he has been so much the driver of this offense over the last couple weeks. You might take your chances with a Rosarena.
I don't disagree with you. It's just it just takes away options when you do that. You obviously, it's a force out at every base now. You're facing arguably a worse hitter, but at the same time, you just can't walk somebody.
Yep.
And I think that's an important factor.
And a Rosarena will know that you have to come in the zone.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to pitch to Raleigh. First and third, 1 out. 3-3 game, top of the 12th. Barnes kicks and offers and misses down and away, ball 1.
They might just pitch around him. We talked about this earlier on, and they might just be pitching around him.
Switch hitter Raleigh batting left. It's been on all but 1 time today. 1-0. Outside 2-0. 2 walks, 1 of them intentional. An infield single and a 2-run double in the 5th. A huge reason we're playing this game right now in the 12th inning. First and third, 3-3 game. 1 out, top of the 12th. The 2-0. Outside ball 3, and nothing's been all that close.
They're pitching around him. A lot of the time you'll see a pitcher get to 2-0 or 3-0, and the manager will just say, walk him. Send that guy to first base.
That's kind of what I'm wondering. At this point, why not just walk him? You're behind 3-0. Barnes' pitch. Outside ball 4, and the bases are loaded.
Obviously, they were pitching around him. Jacob Barnes really didn't want anything to do with Cal Raleigh in that situation. Now you get a guy like a Rosarena who tends to be a little bit wild with the pitches that he chooses to swing at. So let's see if he can he can get a strikeout, a big strikeout in this situation.
He's punched out 3 times today. He's 0 for 5. Barnes' pitch. Hit through the right side of the infield, a base hit. Crawford in to score. Stop sign put up at third for Rivas. And finally, someone has scored in extras. It's an RBI single for Arozarena, and the Mariners lead 4-3 in the top of the 12th.
And like you mentioned, Randy Arozarena knows that Jacob Barnes cannot walk him in that situation. He knows that he's going to come at him with maybe not a fastball, but something in the strike zone. He was all over that cutter from Jacob Barnes.
So a run in for the Mariners and a chance to add on more. Bases loaded, 1 out. Here's Luke Raley. Barnes deals. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Raley 0 for 2 with 3 walks. Strikeout and a ground out are his 2 outs. The 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike.
This is still a big batter because this game's not over yet.
No.
The Blue Jays still get to have a guy at second base next inning to start the inning.
Barnes is 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Blue Jays, though, were working more shorthanded, we found out, in their bullpen than the Mariners were. So it just makes the 10th and 11th squandered opportunities a little bit tougher to swallow. But this game far from over yet. The 1-2 pitch. Bounce to the plate. Good block there off the chest by Kirk. 2-2. In a 3-3 game, the Blue Jays had first and second, nobody out in the 9th, did not score. Runner on third, 1 out in the 10th, did not score. Runner on third, 1 out in the 11th, did not score, when they've been so good at that so far this year. 2-2. Outside, full count.
And if you're Luke Raley, you are geared up for something in that strike zone. He has nowhere to put you.
Barnes, Raley, and everyone in the ballpark knows that this pitch has got to be in the zone or it's another run for Seattle. Bases loaded, 1 out. And the 3-2. Swinging a grounder to first. Guerrero up with it. Throws to the plate for 1 out. Back to first. And it bounces off Guerrero. Barnes there to back it up and make sure no one else advances. So the Blue Jays cut down the lead runner. It's a 3-2 fielder's choice. And a positive result for Toronto. 2 outs now, bases loaded.
That was actually a scary attempt from Alejandro Kirk. I thought he was just going to catch that baseball, step on home plate, and kind of put that ball in his back pocket. He threw that ball kind of off balance to first base, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. doing a good job blocking that baseball and keeping that run at third base.
I think they would have had him if it was picked, but it was a tough play for Vlad. Bases loaded, 2 down, 4-3 Mariners. Here's Rowdy Tellez. Barnes kicks and offers and misses outside, ball 1. Tellez 0 for 5, but just like Luke Raley before him, knows that Jacob Barnes has to challenge him. The 1-0. Low, 2-0. Bases loaded for the Mariners. 4-3 lead, top of the 12th. With 2 outs, the 2-0. Chopped foul by Tellez. Cutter down in the zone. It's 2-1.
Yeah, that's a good pitch. You know that Rowdy Tellez is sitting 4-seam fastball. And Jacob Barnes kind of flips in that cutter there. Pretty good pitch from him.
Barnes sets, looks back at second. And now the 2-1. Lined foul right side. Tellez was all over that cutter, but couldn't keep it fair as it landed inside. It's 2-2.
And this is the biggest pitch of the ball game coming up so far. The Seattle Mariners have only scored 1 run in this inning, and the Blue Jays could very easily score 1 run in the next inning in the bottom half. So this pitch here becomes a huge pitch.
Bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the 12th. 4-3 for the Mariners. Barnes sets. And the 2-2. Outside, ball 3. All 3 runners will be off on the next pitch.
Rowdy Tellez knows that he has to be in the strike zone. Jacob Barnes knows he has to be in the strike zone.
Barnes sets the 3-2. Popped up, foul territory, third base side. Clement ranging back, and he runs out of room. That one is out of play, into the seats, foul. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. That was 96 right down the middle.
Yeah, that couldn't have been more middle. I think Rowdy Tellez just missed that one. He would love to have that pitch back.
27 pitches in the inning for Jacob Barnes. Another 3-2. Swing and a deep drive right field, and Rowdy Tellez has blown this one open. A grand slam home run. The Mariners jump in front 8-3.
I mean, that's essentially BP. Everybody in the ballpark knows that Jacob Barnes has to be middle, or at least in the strike zone with something. Chances are he's going to throw a 4-seam fastball, and he threw it right down the middle, and Rowdy Tellez didn't miss it.
A pitch away from keeping it manageable, but now the Mariners have blown it open. 8-3 on a 5-run 12. And Toronto just trying to get to the bottom of the 12th now as fans start to flood to the exits. The pitch to Dylan Moore, down and away, ball 1. One-oh pitch. Hit foul, 1-1.
And I know that was a different situation, but now you see why, as a pitcher, I hate or I really dislike when a manager in a bases-loaded situation like that forces you to walk somebody and have the bases loaded. There's really nowhere to put anybody.
But to be clear, that did not happen this inning. 1-1. I mean, they pitched around a guy outside 2-1, but they didn't intentionally walk.
No, I know that. I'm just saying if that was the manager's choice to intentionally walk somebody and load the bases, you would get a situation like that where you get a 3-2 count, nowhere to put him.
2-1 pitch, cut on and missed by Moore, 2-2. I think you look back at this game, though, and obviously it's not technically over. Jacob Barnes, I don't imagine we'll get much sympathy on Blue Jays talk after the game, but this is a long man pitching in the 12th inning. The Blue Jays had clear chances to win this game well before they got right to the end of their bullpen and didn't take advantage. 2-2 is a pop-up hit to the left side of the infield. That's going to be a base hit. Landed in the absolute unluckiest spot for Toronto, and Dylan Moore's got the bloop of all bloops to keep the top of the 12th going.
Yeah, that was a great pitch. Dylan Moore broke his bat on that little blooper and was able to just get past Jacob Barnes in front of Ernie Clement. You can see Ernie Clement shaking his head over there. I've never seen a hit like that.
That was a 10-foot in the air pop-up that landed in between the mound and third, hit 35 miles an hour off the bat. 2 outs. Here's Ben Williamson. 8-3 Mariners, top of the 12th. The pitch from Barnes is in there, strike 1. Mason Fluharty is getting loose, so at least in emergency situations, he was available. Casey Lawrence up for the Mariners as they no longer feel they need Andres Munoz. Next pitch down and away, 1-1.
And Jacob Barnes has now thrown 35 pitches in this inning. 16 strikes, 19 balls.
The 1-1. Hit off the end of the bat. A bouncing ball that Guerrero has picked up foul. Late call from the umps. It's 1-2. Rowdy Tellez looking like the hero as he hits a grand slam this inning against his former team. It's 8-3 for the Mariners. 2 outs, top of the 12th, and the 1-2 cut on and miss. Strike 3. We go to the bottom of the 10th. 5 to tie, 6 to win it. Blue Jays down 8-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball painted at the bottom of the zone, and that's back-to-back strikeouts.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Adley with you. The Jays trail the Mariners 8-3 as we head to the bottom of the 12th inning at the Rogers Center. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. Daniele Franceschi and I will have the post-game show. I can see some of your texts already. Keep them coming, 590-590. Name and location. We'll take all of your texts, all of your calls. We'll throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays trail 8-3, bottom of the 12th here at the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you. Show It to Pitching Change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 8-3, the Mariners lead the Blue Jays. Bottom of the 12th, former Blue Jay Casey Lawrence is going to appear for a second straight night. Automatic runner for the Blue Jays is Anthony Santander, but the Blue Jays really just looking for base runners in any way possible right now. They're going to have to get a bunch of guys on before they start thinking about tying up, let alone winning this game. Lawrence steals to Andres Jimenez, and the first pitch is outside, ball one. Casey Lawrence, a Blue Jay in 2017 and 2022 for 10 total games. 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Also has been a Mariner at multiple stints in his career. A Mariner in 2017 and 2018. Now back with Seattle again 7 years later in 2025. 37-year-olds, 2-0. Called strike.
Casey Lawrence, not a flamethrower. That last fastball was 87 miles an hour. It's a sinker. It has a ton of movement, and then he mixes in a really good changeup that almost mimics that sinker, but it's about 8 or 9 miles an hour slower.
The 2-1. Popped up, foul, third base side out of play, 2-2. Santander leading off second. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch to Jimenez. High, ball 3.
At this point, if you're the Jays, you're just thinking station to station. You're not trying to do too much. You're not trying to go for the swing. You can't hit a 5-run home run here. So all you're trying to do is just drive that baseball back up the middle and let the next hitter get a base hit as well.
3-2 pitch. Broken bat grounder up the middle. Backhanded at second base. Moore up with it. Throws to first. 1 out.
Casey Lawrence has pretty good stuff. He doesn't throw very hard, but everything is moving. You heard the bat break. Andres Jimenez hit that baseball off the bat. That fastball was 85.9 miles an hour from Casey Lawrence.
There's a reason at age 37 he's still in the picture for the Seattle Mariners. Bring him up and down, DFAing him at times. The pitch to George Springer. Called a strike.
And because that fastball doesn't have the high velocity, I'm sure nobody else is picking him up, but the Seattle Mariners love having him, though.
Selected him on the 9th, DFA'd him on the 14th. Selected him again on the 18th as George Springer fouls off the next pitch. It's 0-2. And you need guys like that. Lawrence appearing yesterday combined with the Brian Wu 7-inning start allowed the Mariners to have a little bit more in terms of bullpen depth today and available arms than the Blue Jays. 0-2. Outside and low, 1-2. And that, part of the reason that the Mariners are up 8-3. In the bottom of the 11th, they threw their closer, Andres Munoz. Top of the 12th, the Blue Jays threw their long man, Jacob Barnes. 1-2 pitch. Hit on the ground to third base. Backhanded there by Ben Williamson. Throw across the diamond to first. Dugout by Tellez. Santander comes in to score. It's 8-4, but 2 outs and the base is empty.
I tell you what, Rowdy Tellez is really impressive over there at first base, digging out tough throws from other infielders. He's done it a couple of times tonight. That one right there was a difficult one, and he almost makes it look easy over there.
It's a big play. Makes it 2 outs and now nobody aboard. 8-4 Seattle. Alejandro Kirk is up. Lawrence, the righty, kicks and offers. And the pitch is low ball 1. Stick with us at the conclusion of the game. We'll wrap it up. And then right after the commercial break, get you over to Blue Jays talk as the 1-0 pitch is popped up. Just near the plate, Raleigh colliding with Kirk, and now Rowdy Tellez will come in to make the catch and end the game. Rowdy Tellez fitting the guy who catches the final out. His grand slam, the difference in this one, the Mariners outlast the Blue Jays 8-4.
Yeah, you have to give credit to Rowdy Tellez. He had a home run yesterday. He hit that massive grand slam basically to win the ball game today. He knew that fastball was coming from Jacob Barnes, and like I said, you have to give him credit because he didn't miss it. He squared that thing up for a grand slam.
And for the Blue Jays, when you look back at this one, yes, 5 runs in the 12th inning will be a big focus, but chances with runners in scoring position in the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th, Chris, that really probably should have been converted to win the game well before we got to the 12th.
Yeah, obviously we're talking about Rowdy Tellez in the 12th. We're talking about Jacob Barnes in the 12th, but like you said, the Blue Jays should have won the game earlier tonight or today. I think that's going to be the big thing that people think about when they look back at this ball game is the Blue Jays just really didn't get the big base hit that they needed.
So the Blue Jays dropped this one 8-4 in 12 innings and split the start of the series with the Mariners. Toronto now 12-9, Seattle 11-10. We have a game coming up tomorrow. The Blue Jays will take on Seattle at 1:37 Eastern. Easton Lucas, Luis Castillo is the matchup. Want to thank you for tuning in today. For Derek Brandeo and Tom Young, our technical directors, Nick Blackmore, producer, Show Ali, our host, Chris LaRue, my partner. I'm Ben Schulman. Stick with us. We're going to hit a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be Blue Jays talk with Show Ali and Daniele Franceschi. 8-4, the final score in favor of Seattle. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hey, this is Chad Green. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Well, Daniele, that was quite the ball game. One that felt like neither team really wanted to win for good chunks of it, I gotta tell you, especially from the 7th inning onwards. But in the end today, a marathon ball game, 12 innings between the Jays and Mariners, and the result is an 8-4 extra innings loss for the Blue Jays. You know, I honestly find it difficult to put this loss on the relief pitching outside of Jacob Barnes, right? He's going to wear it, deservedly so. No one's going to have any sympathy for him. Understandable. But after Berrios gives up the home run to Williamson, None of Little, Sandlin, Green, or Yariel Rodriguez, who was really great today, allowed a run from the 7th all the way to Barnes, giving up the runs in the top of the 12th inning. This one, for me, today is firmly on the offense after they had just every opportunity to win this game in the 9th, 10th, and 11th.
Yeah, absolutely. I would concur with that statement, Show. I also think understanding that the Jays didn't have the full assortment of weapons in the bullpen available to them today. No Jimmy Garcia, no Jeff Hoffman, because your best arms weren't available to you. Well, naturally, as you start going through the pecking order, you arrive at a Jacob Barnes who has to come in and pitch in the 12th inning of a marathon game. And that's what happened. Like, even Yariel Rodriguez, Show, gave you 2 awesome innings of work, 2 incredible innings, and his stuff didn't diminish across that 2-inning period. He was just as good at the end as he was when he first stepped on the mound in the 10th inning of baseball.
I think he might have been better in the 10th inning than the first inning he was in the game.
Oh, you mean the 11th?
Pardon me, the 11th, yes.
He might have been better. You know what? That's true. But the velocity was terrific, and his stuff was darting everywhere. He looked awesome. But eventually you're going to reach the end of the rope. And when you're shorthanded and you're out of resources in the bullpen, this is what can potentially happen. You're going to have to take your risks. Seattle decided to take their risk in the early portion of extra innings. Instead of turning to Andres Munoz, they said, okay, Carlos Vargas, give us 2. Yeah. Right? And then they were able to go to their lockdown guy when they needed him most, and then Casey Lawrence comes in and does the job as well. But to go back to your point regarding the offense, 2 times, Show, twice in extra innings, Yariel Rodriguez does the job. You get the winning run in scoring position, third base. All you need with less than 2 outs, put a ball somewhere other than in the infield, in the air, a pop out. Medium depth fly ball, a grounder through a hole, and the game is over. And they were unable to deliver and execute in those spots. And that's why, frankly, they lost the ball game. It's not on the shoulders of a Jacob Barnes, because it should have never been in his hands at that juncture of the ball game with the opportunities that the Jays squandered.
You're listening to Jays Talk, of course. Show Ali, Daniele Franceschi with you. We're live on the Sportsnet Radio Network. We're also streaming on sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet app. You can give us a call, 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. I'm sure you guys have plenty to say about a whole variety of things. So, as long as you keep it PG, let's have those discussions. You can, of course, text us as well, 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line, of course, always open. Standard messaging and data rates may apply. Yeah, just lots of opportunities for the Jays to win this game. All of them in the end squandered. You talk about the bottom of the 9th inning. Bo Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. both get aboard with singles. You have runners on first and second and no one out for your 3, 4, 5 batters, and those 2 don't move a single inch. 3 straight outs recorded. That's a tough moment for the Jays bats, given how promising it looked after a few swings. Bottom of the 10th inning, Daniele, Kirk also advances the runner, bottom 10 to third base. So you have George Springer standing on third base with 1 out, and neither Alan Rodin or Ernie Clement can get it done. Rodin in particular, that's a rough outing for Rodin today. Yep. In that and on that pitch, just missing his pitch to go 0 for 5, I believe, on the day. That's a tough result given the Kirk AB just before. And then similarly, in the bottom of the 11th, Ernie Clement gets over to third with a sac bunt from Nathan Lucas, and the top of the order comes up. Now, again, I get it. Andres Munoz is a flamethrower, and he has some absolutely nasty stuff, but you expect the top, I think rightly, you expect the top of the order to bring home a run 90 feet away. Again, it'd be different if, and again, I think you'd still expect this from the top of the order, even if there's no one on and the top of the order was up to bat with no one out. But with a runner on third, and all you have to do is bring that guy home, and you win. And they couldn't get it done. That's a real tough look for everyone, certainly involved in the 9th, 10th, and 11th. But I think particularly for the biggest, heaviest bats in this lineup.
Show if your best guys, when given the opportunity, not once, but twice, can't deliver for you to win the game, you don't deserve to win the game. and I might even be missing one. They might have even had a third go-around. I can't recall because I know obviously the 9th inning situation where it was 3, 4, 5 all retired in order after Vlad and Bo both reached, and then Bo and Vlad having multiple opportunities themselves in extra innings. Vlad was intentionally walked, so that was taken out of his hand, but Bo Bichette strikes out with the winning run standing 90 feet away. He strikes out a really bad at-bat where it was un-Bo-like because, and very uncharacteristic of him, you see a beautiful 2-strike approach usually from Bo Bichette, and he was swinging out of his shoes. Maybe the moment kind of took hold of him and he wanted to be the hero in that spot, but if your best guys, for any manager, your best guys get to the plate and they have the chance to win the game and they can't do it on multiple occasions, you probably don't deserve to win. Simple as that. Simple as that.
Yeah.
You had the opportunities and you failed to deliver and capitalize on them. I mean, beyond that, what more is there to say? You can nitpick here and there certain things. Here's an example of nitpicking too, Show. Like, I know we saw Nathan Lucas, right? I know we saw Addison Barger. But in certain spots, you're telling me Will Wagner, who's really good and has a strong sense of the strike zone, who's a very high bat-to-ball contact hitter, isn't better suited perhaps for one of those opportunities when even in Alan Roden, I know he's an outfielder and a guy that's an infielder and you got to make it work, but all you need is a bat on ball to go put it somewhere.
Yeah.
And instead, it's a rookie with a lack of experience in a volatile situation. I just feel so much better if Will Wagner would have potentially gotten an opportunity. But again, to me, that's a little bit nitpicky because your best guys didn't come through.
I think that's what it is, right? I mean, there's a text here on 590-590 name and location on the text line. Chris from Miramichi in New Brunswick. Ratty Telez, 1 for 5, wins the game. One timely hit from our Thumpers, and we win in 9 innings. Bo and Vlad should be scrubbing toilets in the clubhouse. That's funny. But yeah, I mean, Chris is not wrong, right? There's another text here from Tony in Kitchener. Appreciate hearing from you, Tony. Tony saying, I mean, small runs is not going to cut it. Home runs need to come from the big boys, especially Santander. I wouldn't let Bo and Vladdy off the hook too much. Having said that, I realize why Tony does it because Bo and Vladdy have actually produced a fair bit. It's kind of funny. I had made a note after Santander got aboard, and I thought, boy, a little quiet 9-game hit streak for old Tony Taters. And I know that's not going to cut it. It's not about exit velo off the bat of the big boys. It's not about just getting on base. It's about smashing runs, and he has not done that particularly consistently. But I was pleased to see that he was getting on base a little more. But I mean, that is doesn't matter, truly, right? I can say all that stuff as much as you want, but when those guys, and Bo and Vladdy are accountable in this too, when they come to the when they come to the plate, top of the order in crucial situations, really in any situation, but especially in crucial situations, that's tough to watch. 590-598, name and location. That's the People's Text line, 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go to the phones, Daniele. Let's bring aboard our first caller today. Let's go to North York. Adam in North York joining us here on J-Stock. Adam, what's up?
Well, first of all, I disagree with a couple of things you said, because there was only one play to call. And that's the suicide squeeze. And there was absolutely, you're in the bottom of the ninth, 10th, 11th, and you're the team, and you've got a man on third base with left 2 out, you call the suicide squeeze. I don't care and it was actually Bichette, because I know he can bunt. And if you send the guy home, and Bichette, it's 80% chance you're going to score, more than trying to swing away.
So you're saying, just to be clear, I think you cut out there for me a second,
okay,
Adam.
Sorry.
But you're just saying that the Bo or someone there that should have bunted.
Yeah, it's the only play that you have, and I'm amazed because now that we know we're going to have a ghost runner all the time, that you don't have a designated bunter in the lineup, then it makes no sense. I mean, Bichette should have bunted in the second time around, not in the bottom of the ninth when it was really bad,
right,
but in the 11th. Right. Yeah, and Santander could have bunted. Any bunt brings home a run because if you send the runner. And they don't seem to, no one seems to do this anymore. And it's an 80% chance. So I don't get it. Why you only need to score one run.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Adam, appreciate the call. Thanks for joining us here on J-Stock. Yeah, I'll disagree with that in the sense, Daniele, that I'm not sure you're ever, because this is not why you employ these guys, I'm not sure you're ever really going to ask. Maybe that should change. Maybe that should change. And I think that's Adam's point, obviously. But I'm not sure you're really going to ask Bo to bunt. You're not asking any of the top of the order to bunt because that's not what their job is. Their job is to smash the baseball, right? No, again, I don't disagree with like the idea that any one of these guys should be capable of laying down a bunt. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, is a bunt really going to save you against Andres Munoz? Probably not.
I mean, to the point of having a quote-unquote designated bunter, I suppose they tipped their hand in that area because Nathan Lucas was the designated bunter, right? When they brought him off the bench to specifically lay down the bunt against Andres Munoz, which he did, and then it moved, I can't remember if it was Springer or whomever was the ghost runner. It might have been Springer, moved him the 90 feet to third base. I think I understand Adam's point, the theory and conceptually why he's sitting there thinking, okay, you haven't swung the bat well for the majority of the game, and certainly the second half of the game, timely hitting hasn't been there. Why not, in the variety of circumstances where they did show a winning run on third base with one out, why would you not just try it? And to that I say, yeah, maybe that is a valid argument. And maybe and this is where I disagree, right? I disagree on the premise you referenced, which is if it's Bo, if it's Vlad, if it's Santander, those guys aren't being told to bunt. Yes, I watch BP. I was watching them today. They start their batting practice session with bunts. They do. So they're not completely avoiding it. They're not ignoring that aspect of the game. They actually practice it. They work through it. However, that is not what they are accustomed to doing, right? They are not there employed to play the small ball game. They are trying to deliver the hit that's going to win the ball game. And all it needed to be was a fly ball to any part of the outfield or a single through some hole in the infield, and that's your ball game. But I can understand and wrap my head around the idea of, hey, why not try something different? And after you've failed on a few occasions to execute, well, heck, how about we do it this way to see if we can push that winning run across, knowing what you kind of have in your bullpen. So maybe that even factors in. Like, it's Jacob Barnes. With one out, maybe it is the time and place. And if you get thrown out at home plate on a suicide squeeze, hey, so be it. So be it. It's a calculated gamble. I kind of understand the point, and I can see where certain situations it's warranted.
There's a text here from Mike in Victoria, which I think is a valid one. 590 name and location. Hey, show, we had Thursday off, only pitched 8 innings Friday, and then the bullpen was shorthanded today. Yikes. Also a valid point, right?
Yeah,
I mean, look, because you didn't necessarily had to go right to Jeff Hoffman. Like, there were other guys you could have gone to, right? I mean, like, we saw Little today, Yariel Rodriguez, we saw Sandlin, we saw Chad Green. You probably could have used Jimmy Garcia. I think the only thing you could have done a little bit differently, depending on how you viewed it, is I suppose you could have asked Yariel to pitch a little bit longer if you do figure he is styled as someone who can be stretched out in theory. Now, again, I am by no means, just to be clear, putting anything on Yariel Rodriguez. I thought he was phenomenal today. I was very impressed by Y-Rod. But, I mean, you look at the other names available. I mean, the other names that they didn't use today, Flew Hardy and Jimmy and Hoffman, essentially. Everyone else pitched, right? So, unless I'm missing, and Barnes,
the
obviously,
three that
right?
did not pitch, it was Jeff Hoffman, Jimmy Garcia, and Mason Fluharty.
Yeah, because Barnes did pitch in the end, right?
Correct.
So I think maybe you could have asked, given how they have pitched in the past, maybe you could have asked for a little bit more from Rodriguez, maybe one more out even, and then go to Jimmy, who's also used to pitching on short-ish rest. But again, like for me, that is admittedly, that's much like you were nitpicking earlier with the Will Wagner thing. I think for me that is also qualifies as nitpicky, right? Because ultimately, again, you can't just score 3 runs. I mean, 4 runs in the end, but 3 runs when it really matters. And there's another text here, which again, I think this is valid, from Kevin and Barry. Kevin saying, I agree the top of the order has been underwhelming. However, putting any blame on Vlad for this one doesn't seem fair. His last out in the sixth was in the sixth inning. Then he had a base hit that was in the bottom of the ninth, and then an intentional walk. But what else can we expect when our 3-hitter doesn't hit well in April and Jimenez is our cleanup hitter? Yeah, I mean, also a fair observation, right? I think
it's funny too. Jimenez had a great game.
Yeah, he played pretty well today.
Actually, he was 3 for 3 to start the day. Had a double, snapped out of an 0 for 15 spell with the double in the first inning, and you're thinking, okay. Also, I mean, there was a play he made earlier in the game, not to get sidetracked, but one where, and I don't, you might recall, Show, who hit it, but it ended up being a base hit because he couldn't fully get it. But Show, he traveled so much ground to knock it down and actually make a half decent play on the ball. He was in shallow right field, and I was amazed at how much ground he covered. Actually had a pretty decent day, but to Kevin's point there, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any reason to place the blame on Vlad. He had the bat taken out of his hand in those spots. And also, Vlad did give you an extra base hit in the first inning, which he later then came around to score on a single by Anthony Santander. I didn't see anything particularly wrong with Vlad today. I just think in general, yeah, I mean, Bo Bichette and Anthony Santander had multiple opportunities to cash in, and it didn't happen for them.
416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go back to the phones. Right here in Toronto, Bob in Toronto joining us here on Jays Talk. Bob, what's up?
Hi, Show. And I've waited till this time to call because not because the Jays have not been playing well. They have. But one of the things that's bothered me throughout the season is the multiple opportunities, just like tonight, and this is what really triggered my call. The multiple opportunities to hit with men in scoring position. Today, we were 3 for 19 with men in scoring position. We left 14 men on base tonight. It has nothing to do with the pitching tonight. I know Barnes had to come in, but they never should have got to Barnes. The others did their job, and the problem is, again, we are within maybe a game or so of the Yankees, and yet they have hit a ton of home runs. Just imagine if we were doing anything in the home run field. And the irony of it all is we're beaten by a guy who used to be with us. And the last time I checked earlier this week, he's hitting around 100. In fact, I think he was hitting 88 on the figures I saw. So maybe with a blast tonight, he's up over 100. But there's a guy who takes a swing and gets a home run like that. And we've got guys that are hitting for decent averages, but we can't score. Let's get some pop into the lineup somehow. I don't know whether these guys can do it, but the ability and what enters their minds differently, I don't know. When there are men in scoring position, it's like a different ball game. And the irony of it all, of course, is when they get behind 8-3, lo and behold, they score a run in the bottom of the 12th. Isn't that wonderful? We would have won to do that in the 9th, the 10th, or the 11th. They've got to deal with it.
Yeah, wow, that's a great call. Thanks for joining us here on Jays Talk, man. First of all, I looked it up. Rowdy Tellez, after today's game, is batting 140. So that's a Rowdy's batting average. I know batting average not the be-all, end-all, but still, to Bob's point, Rowdy has not been having a particularly amazing season. No. And he went yard yesterday. He went yard again